minute, but we made it. Good morning, guys. If you don't mind, as we get in, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. It is only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. I have the daily gift goals set as the little 1 cent gift goals. Right now, it's the love you very much. So if you guys don't mind, can we please knock those out? I'm going to keep resetting them until we actually get more push. If you're over on the YouTubes, as you guys come in, could you hit that thumbs up button for YouTube? If you are already in and you're watching on like a tablet or something, if you go up to the top corner, right? It's that way up to the top corner, and then you actually press the area where like my name and the shows how many people are watching. If you press that, it'll give you the option to go ahead and give that thumbs up. So if you don't mind, please go ahead and give the live a thumbs up. With that said, I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal to these little 1 cent gift goals. If we can knock those out, it'll give us more push. Red Win, I see you in the request. I will get you up here first. So just hold tight for me. For everyone else, if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. The premise of the live is, of course, people don't care. People don't care, and America specifically, America doesn't care. And I think it's time that we have this conversation, and the conversation needs to be held with a lot of different people. The conversation needs to be held with Republicans, because hell, they don't care about the Epstein survivors, but they don't care about women, children, the economy. They don't care about anything. But also moderate Democrats, if you're someone who thinks that you need to reach across the aisle for some reason to bring MAGA into this big tent, if you think that we need to actually work with the right to get things done, then you're the problem. You don't care about our country. For white men only care about power. I mean that. White men are willing to give up any and everything to ensure that they maintain power. White women, I know this one has been tough, but I have to say it. White women don't care about white supremacy. I know that's a tough pill to swallow, but it's something that we have to talk about. If you disagree with that, get in the box. And last but not least, BLAGA, FBA, anyone that would deem themselves to be a black Republican, a black conservative, a wannabe Byron Donaldson, you don't care about black people. As a matter of fact, you're anti-black as fuck. There's no way you can be on the right as a black person and claim that you care about black people. Those two things are diametrically opposed. That's how it works. So with that being said, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are a friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and continue to knock out the daily gift goals. Please, that will actually get us more push to the FYP. Let's go ahead and get after it.
You stepped in the box. Now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here. You better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats to get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit.
Hey!
Step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. I don't care what you claim or your background. Facts only, if not, get clapped down. Whether you're left or right or you don't even vote. If your logic is weak, I'll sink your boat.
Hey.
Talk slick, but you ain't got source.
Nope.
Just vibes, that ain't power, that's force. I'm the test, the trap, the trip, the call.
Hey.
Once I'm snatching it all.
Boom.
Step in if you dare. If you dare. Hit hard like a punch in the air.
Punch in the air.
Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. Yeah. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna sparring with Santana. Step in, if you dare. You hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed.
Daniel said, intro songs for TikTok lives, so corny. Daniel, hey, I hear you. You know what? Get in the box. I'm going to mute you. Daniel, you just got muted. Come up here and tell me why my intro song is so corny. You fucking love it. You fucking love it, you hater. You fucking love it. You love it. Boom, 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 boom. Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana, and we are looking for some debates, guys. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are a friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It is only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. One call out that I do have, you guys know that we don't do thumb thugs in the comment section, right? And you know, we don't do keyboard warriors. You know for a fact that if you're not going to say it with your chest, then you don't get to say it at all. But one other call out that I have to make sure that I let you guys know, for you trolls, if you are coming in here on your burner account, 1, 2, 3, 4 followers, you don't follow anybody, I'm just going to expect that you plan on STR, slur to run, shout out to Solid, and I'm just going to block you. So if I see you in the request on your troll account, you're just going to get blocked. You're never going to make it to the panel. So you might as well get your main account, get up here and say it with your chest. Redwin, good morning. How are you?
Morning.
Good morning. Redwin, did you come in here to actually finally say that you left the cult, or are you actually trying to debate?
Yeah, right.
You still have...
Yeah, no. Hey, I'll have a debate with you, but it was only on one subject. You unpacked a lot of things that I disagree with, but I'm just going to narrow it down to one thing.
Okay. All right. Well, perfect. You know how we do then. Give me 2 seconds to do the quick introduction, and then I'll give you the floor. All right, guys, for anyone else who doesn't know who I am or what this is, let me give you a proper introduction.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
Y'all ready for this?
Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana, and I am looking for some debates. So only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. If you're friendly, I still need you, though. Tap the screen, share the live. Make sure that when you share the live, maybe share it once or twice. We don't want to spam share, but make sure you're reposting the live. That's the most important thing. Continue to knock out the daily gift code. If you're over on YouTube, hey, hit that thumbs up. We should have as many thumbs up as we have people watching. All right, Redwin, floor is yours. You said that you have something super specific that you want to actually debate me on.
Yeah. So what you mentioned earlier about, you know, if you're a Democrat and you're trying to work with Republicans, then you know you're wrong, right? I disagree with that. And you know, I think about my party and how I feel when we try to work with Democrats. I don't see any issue there. You know, come to an agreement. Figure out what you can come to an agreement with and try to make something happen, make some moves happen instead of completely being at each other's throats all the time and just trying to, you know, fight each other. Like, let's find common ground and see what we can work together on. You know what I mean?
Got it. Okay.
That's the way I see it.
Okay. So Redwin, your premise is that we need to actually come together and we need to work together and we need to do things that are beneficial for the country. Is that what I'm hearing? Okay.
Absolutely. Okay. Yeah. I picture the way things are going with the U.S. and Iran right now. It's like that's almost to me, it looks like the exact same thing that's happening between Democrats and Republicans, like at each other's throats constantly and not making any headway.
Got it.
It's hard.
Got it.
I actually want to see some progress made.
Okay.
What can we agree on?
Yeah. Listen. I have an actual premise that the responsibility of governing is on the people that have power, right? When it comes to ensuring that you're doing good things for the American people, I don't care if you have a D by your name, an R by your name, or an I by your name. If you're an elected official, you have to do things for the people, right? But my question is, Redwin, I guess it's layered. First and foremost, just to make sure that we're all on the same page, who currently has power in Congress?
I mean, if you're elected, you have power. That's the way.
No. Which party has controlling power?
Yeah, you think Republicans, but there's a little bit of shared power there. Of course, we got the presidency, and I think we have the majority in the Senate, but it's like narrow margin with the House, if I'm not mistaken.
It's
so
not.
Barely.
It's not. But the direct answer is the Republican Party. The Republican Party hold the gavel in the House. They are the majority. The Democrats are the minority, and same in the Senate. And even the executive branch, and you can hop over to the Supreme Court, they hold a 6-3 conservative majority. So the Republican Party currently holds the power within our Congress. Now, of course, being an elected official gives you some sense of power. That's not the point that I'm making. The whole thing is that they hold the power. Now, the House, that's where we get bills created, and the process starts and blah 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 blah. Right?
Yep.
Okay. So the question I have for you: do you know, out of all the Congresses that have been in power since GW, right? George Bush. How do you think they've done as far as passing legislation?
I think they all kind of suck, to be honest. I mean, they passed a bunch of useless bills and inflate it with a lot of language that doesn't need to be in there. We're going away from where we came from. Like if you look at bills throughout the history, they've just gotten larger and larger and larger, right? And more convoluted, earmarks. So I'm going to say they've done worse, over time. And that's not just a Republican issue, but that's also Democrats.
Got it. Okay. Well, what if I told you that when you say worse, it can be quantified, and when you say worse, the term that I'm assuming that you're actually really trying to speak to is the fact that every Congress since the end of since GW has passed less and less legislation, which
absolutely
there's one exception. There's one exception. Do you know what that exception was?
No, go ahead and tell me.
Biden. Under the Biden administration, it was the only administration, the only Congress to buck that trend and pass more legislation than their predecessor, right? But thank you for the hard hand. The Republican-led Congress, i.e., every time the Republicans have the gavel in the House, they actually produce less legislation than other administrations in recent years. So I guess the first point that I want to start at is, how are we going to come together and do good things for the country if overall Congress doesn't work together? But even more so, when the Republican Party has power, they pass less legislation, i.e. specifically this Trump administration legislation.
So are you telling me that less is worse and more is better? That's how you view this? Because if we pass more, let's just put it into perspective. If the Republicans pass more things that you don't like, right, or that your party does not like, would you still consider that being better just simply because they pass more bills? You know what I mean?
That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that, just because that Congress under Biden produced more bills doesn't necessarily mean that it was better.
Yeah.
Like it's
I
details, you know what I mean?
I agree with you. It was better though, right? So the point that I'm getting to, because I'm not saying just pass more legislation. That's not what I'm saying. But what I am saying is that the actual legislation that was passed under the Biden administration included some of the most monumental and bipartisan legislation, including the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Infrastructure Bill, multiple pieces of legislation that was bipartisan in nature, and even had the border bill that was on the floor that was Republican led, that was supposed to be bipartisan. And so when I talk about the actual legislation that was passed under the Biden administration, it's not because they put out more. Yes, they did put out more, but they actually got things done. Follow-up question though. If legislation isn't being passed, how are things being put into action? Like what's the alternative to signing legislation?
Executive orders.
Perfect.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of them.
Thank you for that. Hey, that was in chat for Uncle Grandpa. How many executive orders do you think that Donald Trump has signed since he has gotten back into office?
Way too many.
Take a guess. Take a guess.
Probably 500. It's probably
no, that's a ridiculous amount. He has not signed 500. He's actually signed 220 so far.
Hey, give him 2 more years. He'll probably have it up to 500. But I really don't like that.
Do you know how many executive orders he signed total in his first administration?
No, I'm not familiar with the number.
244.
Yeah, so see, he's almost there already.
Yeah, and a little over a year and a half.
Yep. And I don't like that, but it clearly shows there's an issue, right? Congress, they don't work together, but that's my point. That's my sole point is, I feel like we should really be figuring out what we can come into an agreement with and try to work legislation like safety for children or getting rid of pesticides or, like little small wins. Like you went on Jubilee and was talking with Ro Khanna, right? Mm-hmm. If you look at one of his videos here recently, he was talking about, I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, it was Marjorie Taylor Greene who he's working with, right? And even though they disagree on probably 90% of the, their key points or whatever, that 10% is what they're focusing on. And that's the way that I see that we should all be trying to approach things is, okay, got it. We don't agree with 90% of the things, but that 10%, let's work on that.
Yeah,
that's my point.
Well, so the actual point that I'm getting into though is if you take a look at the context of everything, right? While Donald Trump has signed 220 executive orders within returning to office, in a year and a half, and compared to his first administration where he signed 244, excuse me, there's only been 38 pieces of legislation that Donald Trump has signed into law, which is an actual record low, low. The last time that in the first year of any type of presidency that there were less than that amount of pieces of legislation passed through Congress and signed was the 80th Congress in 1948. Right?
Yeah, it shows you there's clearly an issue there. Right? What is the problem? And I think it's just because Congress is dysfunctional. They can't put together a bill and get it passed.
And see, this is the thing, right? It's the Republican Party. Hey, do you know what the Dignity Act is?
I feel like it's both parties. It's not necessarily just ours. I mean, both parties have their own issues, and I do a lot of self-reflecting of my own party. I'm not going anywhere, and I can be critical of what we are or what we aren't doing, and I feel like we have our issues just like Democrats do.
Sure.
So it's a mutual thing. That's the way I see it anyways.
Sure. But do you know what the Dignity Act is?
No.
Okay. So the Dignity Act is the first attempt at border legislation. I brought up the bipartisan piece of legislation that was under the Biden administration where James Langford tried to actually James Langford spearheaded the legislation for the border, and it was shot down. And Donald Trump told multiple people, even said it on the campaign trail, if the border legislation fails, blame it on me. And then he also told the Republicans, don't vote for the border legislation, because once we gain power, we can come in and we can write better legislation for the border. And so they did that. And since getting in power, the Republican Party hasn't done anything to actually address the border as far as legislations. Executive orders, sure, but actual legislation, no. Now, what's funny about the Dignity Act is that is not only the first attempt at doing something with the border, but there is like mention of amnesty and a couple of different things that's kind of mixed in, and it's Republican led, and the Republican Party is absolutely shredding that piece of legislation. Not only shredding that piece of legislation, but they're shredding the actual Republican representative who is trying to put forth that legislation. So the point that I'm really trying to focus in on is, even when there's an opportunity to pass legislation that was supposedly important by the important to the Republican Party, there were promises made on that type of legislation. When someone tries to put forth a piece of legislation from the Republican Party, they fight each other on that legislation. I don't think the Dignity Act overall is like the best thing, but I think it is a stepping stone. And Republicans are uneven willing to hear their party out on that piece of legislation.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I'm gonna say two things about that whole situation. One, you got inter-party fighting, both sides of the aisle, right? That's something that's common between the two parties, right? The way I see it, President Trump's trying to whip everybody into shape, make them fall in line, and I think they ultimately realized they didn't need that bill, right? Because
didn't need what bill?
Passed, but look, well, if it's you said Dignity Act, is that what you called it?
Oh yeah, no, this is
control, right?
Yeah, this is the Dignity Act that's led. It was this was actually sponsored by Republican Salazar, and they're from Florida. No, you're conflating two things. The Dignity Act is the piece of legislation that was introduced in July 15, 2025 by the Republicans, and they're shredding that bill and saying that this is like they're not going to do it. Now, you're referring to the Langford bill that was under the Biden administration that got all the way to the finish line and Trump got it shot down. Those are two pieces of legislation, even though they have the commonality of both of them being Republican led and both of them being destroyed by the Republican Party. Those two things are common.
Which one was regarding the border?
Both of them. That's what I'm saying. The Langford legislation was under the Biden administration. That's the one that Donald Trump actually got shut down, right?
Yep.
But the Dignity Act, HR 4393, this was something that's been put forth by Republicans. It was introduced and co-sponsored by Republicans. It was introduced while Donald Trump has power, while the Republicans have power, and they've done nothing but shit on this legislation.
Hey, it kind of falls back to my original point. Just because you're passing legislation doesn't necessarily mean it's good, right? And it could be good. It could. I don't have it in front of me to really tell you it one way or another, but still, my point still stands. Just because it's a piece of legislation doesn't necessarily mean that it's good. And also, if you look at the current state of our border, did we actually need any legislation? Because
yes,
you search not troops, but border patrol and other assets to the border. Wow, look, nobody's coming across the border anymore, and they're
That's
actually
not
going
true.
I'm just looking at what's advertised on, what is it, CBP or whatever. But
Yeah.
We don't have this.
But Red Wing, hey,
migration.
quick question for you: What's been like what's been like the champion point that CBP has been posting?
The champion point.
Yeah, like the thing that they're bragging about.
I'd have to look at their website to see what their accomplishments are.
Sure. The thing that they've been talking about, and I don't have the exact number, but I know it's 94,000 plus. So I'm just going to call it 94,000. But they've been championing the fact that the apprehensions, border apprehensions were at 94,000, which was down year over year from the Biden administration. I think the Biden administration was like at 178,000. and they said it's down from that year over year was 178,000 to 94,000.
Okay.
What does that mean?
178 to 94.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, my first thought when you bring up one piece of data, out of, I don't know how many different points there are, but
no. I'm just telling you, this is what they've been publicizing as their accomplishment. I'm not bringing this up because like, oh, I'm comparing and contrasting. I'm just telling you, this is what they're putting on their site and they're pushing as their accomplishment.
You mean they have lower number of arrests than Biden did during his presidency?
Yeah, they're saying year over year apprehensions are down, saying that under Biden there were 178,000 apprehensions, and now under Trump there's 194,000 apprehensions, and so that's been the point that they're looping into the fact that the borders closed and they're doing a great job and all this other stuff. What does that actually mean, though?
So it increased, because at first I thought you said it decreased, and now
it decreased from 178 to 94.
Okay, you must have misspoke then, because I thought I heard you say 194. But
sorry, I might have conflated. But 178 under Biden, 94 under Trump.
Okay, so basically what that means to me, without actually like reading into it, is there's less people that you can arrest. If you have less people coming across the border, that means less arrests, right?
Got it. Okay.
I mean, am I wrong about that?
I mean, it's a fair assumption. I think it's the assumption that they're trying to actually, perpetuate. But the problem with that, it's kind of twofold, right? One, it completely contradicts the narrative that the borders close, right? Because the entire thing that the Trump administration has been pushing and the Republican Party has been pushing is, oh, we didn't need legislation. We were able to close the border without legislation. We were able to stop people from coming in without legislation. That's what they've said, and that's what you just said. But how can you actually say no one's coming into the country if you have 194,000 apprehensions, which i.e. that means they're in the country and you're able to actually arrest them before they get into the interior of the country?
It sounds like people are still crossing the border. Absolutely.
Okay. So
right.
You and I can both agree that one, the border's not closed, and two, people are still coming into the country. We can agree on that point, right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So
I still do believe that bill wasn't needed.
Right. I mean,
I think it's unrealistic to expect 100%. Nobody is able to come into the country. I mean,
but that's what the Trump
is an expansive border.
Wait, that's what the Trump administration has been saying, and even not yourself. I will give you the actual the point of being good faith, but a lot of Trump supporters have been touting that we've had zero border crossings. They've literally been saying we've had zero, the borders closed, and we've had zero border crossings.
Yeah, I know that, and I get it. Yep.
Yeah.
I know some people, they try to stretch the truth a little bit. Like, I mean, if it's not zero, then what is it? What's the actual number?
Yeah. I agree. Now, the second part to what I was saying now, this part is speculation on my end, right? I will grant you that, but it kind of goes opposite of what you were saying. Your point is, well, obviously, if the numbers of actual arrests are down, then that means less people are coming into the country. Could be, or it just could mean that they're not good at what they're doing, and so they're catching less people. Those are two options.
I find that last part hard to believe, simply because they've surged so many different CBP, National Guard, other assets down there to the border. And
that's not true.
And you don't. Well, I mean, I'm just going off of what I've seen online, but
right. But
there's no more caravans of people coming up through Central America.
Yeah, there were never caravans.
Not on the news.
There were never caravans. Like that was literally. I know that was a lie that Donald Trump perpetuated. It was literally a lie that Donald Trump perpetuated.
Who were those people?
Tell me, okay, if there were caravans, Redwin, logically speaking, and I want you to logically process this.
And you can name it what you want, by the way.
Sure. if there were caravans that were coming, why is it that the caravans were always coming prior to an election, but after the election, the caravans magically disappeared?
I mean, you tell me. I don't know. I mean, some people, maybe they follow American politics. I don't know, man. I don't have an answer for you there. I haven't actually spoke to any of these people, so I don't have a good answer for you. But
When it's not an issue of like, oh, this particular group of people won, this party won. It was never an issue. Donald Trump, for the entire time prior to him being elected in his first term, while he was in office, when he was actually before the midterms in 2020, and prior to the 2024 presidential election, every single time he has touted that there are caravans coming to our southern border. That's been his entire thing. And no matter who wins, he always just drops it. So your logical conclusion is, oh, maybe they just keep up with American politics and they just make the decision not to actually come here. I disagree with that. I think there's two logical conclusions, right? One, the caravan that quote unquote is coming from the southern countries somehow dissolve and they decide to stop and, disband and go into another country. Or two, there were never actual caravans, and it's been a fear-mongering tactic because the Republican Party uses fear-mongering tactics instead of policy. That's been my whole point with all of this, right? The Republican Party doesn't pass legislation. They don't have real initiatives. And so they run off of fear tactics, i.e., quote unquote, men and women's sports, DEI, brown people coming across the border. They don't have real legislation. And so they govern off of fear instead of actually passing policy.
You're not wrong. And that's something that I see, not with just Republicans, but also Democrats as well. Look at gun control or anything like that, right? They changed the age, I think they raised the age to encompass a wider age range to call them children, right? So, like, for instance, over 18, are you considered a child? I don't believe so, but that's what they're trying to include to inflate the numbers. Or there's other little things.
Wait, what do you mean? Wait, hold on. What do you mean?
So I forget exactly where.
Wait, are you saying 18 and over is not considered an adult within the United States of America?
No. What I'm saying is that, like, choice words. So, for instance, it's you mentioned fear mongering, right? It's something that I don't just see Republicans doing, but also Democrats as well. Whether you call it caravans or not, groups of people coming from a different place other than the U.S. and with the intention of coming here, or domestic politics, with stuff that's happening nationwide, regarding firearms or anything else in between those two things. Both parties try to do this fear mongering to get people on board with whatever their agenda is, right?
Yeah,
and both things can be right. What you said earlier, Trump fear mongers and then he drops it, when it's convenient for him. Absolutely, and Democrats do the same thing. If it's not conducive to the results for their election, right? They're not going to keep on beating out that drum, right? They're going to drop that and move on to something else.
Okay, listen,
politics.
I can grant you the premise that the Democratic Party is not absolved as far as fear mongering, right? I don't think that they weaponize it to the point that the Republican Party does, but I also think that whenever there is an actual quote unquote fear, it's in response to something that's happening that's trying to be harmful.
Never waste a good crisis, right?
I guess. Okay, so how about this? I'm going to give you an example of a pointless fear-mongering tactic that has been the core principle of the Republican Party and Donald Trump, and how it has no teeth. And then I would like for you to do the same and give me something similar for the Democratic Party. How about that?
Sure.
Okay. Perfect. So what I'm going to do, I'll give you my example, and then I'm going to say some thank you so you can actually think, and then I'll give you the floor. So the biggest...
I got to roll after that, so you know.
Okay, no worries. The biggest scare tactic that the Democratic Party has used in recent history. I mean, there's so many when it comes to, like I said, brown people coming from the South, black people taking jobs, being given jobs when they don't earn it. But the biggest thing that the Trump administration has propped themselves up on is the idea of quote unquote men and women's sports, right? Donald Trump and his administration spent $215 million on misinformation and disinformation prior to the 2024 presidential election to perpetuate harm and lies and vilify less than 1% of the United States population, right? Trans people make up less than 1% of the US population, but they spent $215 million to vilify them. And then when getting in office, they passed pointless executive orders, including saying we're all the same gender assigned, we're all the same gender we are at conception. Well, at conception, we're all females. So like that was stupid, but whatever. And then they also have pushed executive orders to quote unquote ban men from women's sports. Well, hell, when you talk about the NCAA, I was about to say NAACP, NCAA, Donald Trump has more credible sexual assault allegations than there are trans women playing in women's college sports. So the point is that they're focusing on less than 26 people and signing executive orders and perpetuating all that and putting time, energy, and effort behind the premise of trans people being dangerous, right? Donald Trump wanted to actually ban trans people from having access to their Second Amendment right. There's been a whole focus on quote unquote men and women bathrooms or men and women spaces, while all the time not looking at the actual predators, which is cishet men, right? If you want to be super specific, white cishet men, but cishet men are the ones that are perpetuating the harm towards women and children, right? And there's no initiative to actually deal with cishet men, but for some reason, there's an initiative to deal with less than 1% of the United States population. And it has been the core principle and focus of the Trump administration and the people that support Donald Trump. They only can deal with that one thing, and they don't talk about legislation. They don't talk about the economy. They don't talk about prices. They only want to talk about that. And that is a boogeyman that has no substance because one, less than 1% of the United States population, and two, it does nothing to actually benefit the American public. So that's my example of the Republican Party fear-mongering with nothing to actually base it in. I'm going to say a couple of quick thank yous, and then I'm going to give you the floor. Debbie's in the chat for Jeff for the $2 donation. Just Devin, what up, Just Devin? Just Devin sent a $2 donation saying my bank account is going to hate you for introducing me to... Listen. I do the same thing every single night. I decided I had to put a limit on myself as far as how much I actually do it. There's this one creator who's playing Red Dead, and I've crashed their PC multiple times. W's in the chat for Just Devin. W's in the chat for Caroline. Caroline sent a $15 donation saying, hope you're feeling better than yesterday. Hopefully today's debates are good. Also, did you get a chance to look at what... Wait, are you talking about the video? Caroline, you can reply to the message. If you're talking about the video, yes, I did, and I reposted it. W's in the chat for Uncle Grandpa. What up, Uncle Grandpa, for the $10 donation saying, for the inevitable migraine. Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. Hopefully we have a good Friday. W's in the chat for Uncle Grandpa. W's in the chat for Morgan for the $5 donation saying, have a great stream. Thank you, Morgan. And last but not least, guys, W's in the chat for Julia. Julia sent a $20 donation saying, DACA recipient here. We're having it hard. Thank you for speaking up for us immigrants. I know they will never understand, but we appreciate you. I appreciate the hell out of you. I genuinely do. And it makes me happy to know that you feel like you can trust me with advocating for you and standing up for you and giving you a voice. And I think people vilify immigrants as a whole, and especially undocumented immigrants, and even people that come through and they quote unquote come the right way and all this other shit. They still vilify them, and it's absolutely sickening. But W's in the chat for Julia. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. All right. Thank you for giving me that moment, Red Win. Do you have a political red herring from the Democratic Party that's analogous to the example that I just gave as far as the Republicans with trans people?
Yes. But on a side note, that last shout out that you did to someone, and they were talking about, thank you for, respecting their, what do they say? Brown people or
thank you for speaking up for us immigrants. I know they will never understand, but we appreciate you.
So I'm assuming when they say they're talking about Republicans, like people like me, right? Which is actually incorrect.
Okay.
Right. So you've talked to my wife, who now she passed away in December, right?
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
No, it's okay, man.
Wow.
But so her and her family, they immigrated here to the United States legally, right? And they were huge supporters of the president, all of his policies, good, bad, or indifferent, right? And even down to immigration, right? Them, much like a lot of other immigrants that I know, they feel the exact same way. Put in your paperwork, come here legally, and it won't be no problem. And if you came here legally, you're going to get arrested. It is illegal, right? And do it humanely.
You know what's funny though, Red, right? When you talk about people who quote unquote came here legally, right? I mean, I like you am married to, again, sorry for your loss.
No, that's okay.
But I'm currently married to someone that I married into a family of immigrants, right? And it seems to be one of two perspectives when it comes to people who are here and they went through the process and they became American citizens and blah, 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 blah. The difference in the two is one, there's one on the other side that's saying like, hey, I did it this way. Everyone needs to do it this way. And you got to do it. And I don't want quote unquote illegals in the country. But then the opposite end of the spectrum is like, this process is jacked the fuck up. I don't blame people for how they're coming here, and I get why they're doing what they're doing. So like until they figure it out, we got to do what we got to do.
Yeah, both things can be true at the same time, and I agree with that.
Yeah,
right?
I agree, but the problem is the Trump administration doesn't agree with either side. That's the point.
They didn't pass it. They didn't pass that, like fix whatever problems there are while he was in office.
But that's not true because they worked on that legislation, and Donald Trump is the one that stopped that legislation.
Why does it all fall on Biden though? You know what I'm saying? Like,
what do you mean? Why does it all fall on Biden?
How many years have we had this immigration issue, and it's just coming down to Biden or Trump? You know what I mean? Like, let's just go 50 years. We've had at least 50 years.
Hold on, I think that's disingenuous because you can talk about the persistent and consistent need to have like border legislation. And you can even go back to Obama, where he had a negative. He had a negative immigration rate, and meaning that he deported more people that came in. But like the reason why I talk about these last two, or the last administration and the current administration, is because whether they should or should not have had legislation together before, Biden and worked with the Republican parties. Joseph Robinette Biden was sworn in on January of 2021. I'm sorry. He was sworn in January of 2021. In February of 2021, they started working on that bipartisan legislation, just like they worked on the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the infrastructure bill, and they got all of those passed. And for about 2 years, James Lankford crafted that legislation, which was a hard line for the Republicans and Democrats. That legislation was a win for Republicans because the Democratic Party gave on some issues when it came to DACA recipients, which they did not want to do. But in order to get this legislation passed, they said, okay, we understand that we have to give a little bit. And so they were doing that. And Donald Trump used his cronies in Congress to shoot down that legislation. He flexed Matt Gaetz and Marjorie Taylor Greene in the House. He flexed Ted Cruz, who threatened to filibuster in the Senate, and they got that bill completely shut down. So, yeah, sure. like you can talk about how there was a need prior before, but we had a piece of legislation that was worked on by both parties, which you said you want. They put time, energy, and effort. They passed all the other legislations except that one. And then Donald Trump promised that he was going to pass legislation once he got back into office, and he's been in for a year and a half, and there's been no legislation, but they've been able to pass tax cuts for billionaires. So the focus isn't on what he said he was going to do. It was giving more money to the ultra wealthy. But with all that being said, can you please give me the example?
Yes. Appreciate you explaining all that. And I see where you're coming from. And I think we can agree and disagree at the same time. Like, hey, it's a shit show. They got to figure it out. But my point, Democrats, what the type of thing that they use, to scare tactic for people is the Second Amendment, right?
How so?
You think that it's Republicans that use transgenderism and women?
Transgenderism isn't a thing. Please don't say that.
It's not.
No, that's literally not a thing. That's a term that was coined via the Trump administration to perpetuate the idea that there's quote unquote transgenderism for everyone. That's not a real thing.
Oh, okay. I didn't mean it in a bad way.
No, it's fine. It's just like people repeat that because they hear the right say that so much, but it's not a thing. It's just them trying to weaponize the fear of transgender people.
How do you say it then? I'm just people with that background. I don't know. How do you say that then?
You can say transgender people. I mean, that's fine, but
that's what I mean.
Yeah, but they're saying like transgenderism, like it's I'm gonna give you the flu. Right, that's how they're saying it, as it's like something that you catch or something that's transmitted or something. Gotcha. Yeah. They're trying to weaponize it. But anyway, you were telling me about the Second Amendment.
Yeah. So I see what you're saying with Republicans and the way that they view all that what we're just talking about, and they try to stir up the fear in people and make it a big mess or whatever. The way I see what Democrats do is the exact same thing. Right. So I brought up Hillary Clinton earlier because, anytime that there's like something bad happens with the Second Amendment, and granted, this might have been a little bit since she's did that, but in the past, anytime there's something that happens, she wants to use that single event to call on Second Amendment rights to be stripped from millions of people. Right. So, when you think about what Republicans are doing with I forget what the percentage that you said, which is very slim. Right.
Less than 1% of the United States population.
Yeah. Right. So look on the flip side of that coin. How many Americans own firearms, right? Or would be affected, or the future people would be affected if the type of legislation would be passed that they're trying to do based off one single event. Right. So that's it's a completely lopsided thing there, and granted, I'm not for what Republicans are doing, what you brought up earlier at all, like, I get it. I don't like what I've read into about what some people are trying to do with what Republicans are talking about. But at the same time, same thing with Democrats. The fear mongering on their side is equally just as bad, but far worse, in my opinion.
Okay.
You see where I'm coming from, though, right?
I mean, I hear you, but you're wrong. And yeah. So. The reason why I say you're wrong is for a couple of different reasons. Number one, when you talk about the Second Amendment right and the infringement on the Second Amendment right and things like that, it's the Republican Party. Like the Republican Party uses that as a fear tactic. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the crown. A couple of different things. Number one, who was the last president to infringe on the Second Amendment right?
Oh, it's definitely President Trump with the bump stop ban. Absolutely.
Perfect. Right? Okay.
100%.
What did President Trump, Donald Trump, advocate for in his first administration that even Mike Pence had to tell him you cannot do?
You'll have to remind me about that one.
Donald Trump, after the Las Vegas mass shooting, Donald Trump advocated for taking away people's weapons before due process. He said, maybe we just need to take the guns away and then due process later. Thank you for the bear. And even Mike Pence had to say, you cannot do that. And he was like, well, you know, we like these people are crazy and we need to do this. And so we got to take it. And Mike Pence was like, no, sir, you cannot do that. Right. So Donald Trump has openly and advocated for taking away people's weapons without due process. He passed a piece of legislation that infringed on the Second Amendment right, which was struck down by the Supreme Court. And then in this current administration, like I said, he targeted transgender people, saying that transgender people should not have the right to Second Amendment.
Yeah, and that was even wrong as well.
Right, but even the NRA came out and said, absolutely not. Absolutely not. You're going too far. Right, Donald Trump, we completely disagree with you. So the actual premise of what I'm saying is that the Republican parties are absolutely the ones that have been infringing on the Second Amendment of the Constitution. They infringe on the Constitution as a whole, but the Second Amendment specifically, but it goes deeper than that. Can you tell me, I know you tried to mention Hillary Clinton. Can you tell me in modern history, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, the last two Democratic candidates, tell me where either one of them advocated for any type of Second Amendment gun reform?
Yes. Let's just go with what do they call it? I guess I'm thinking of Gretchen Whitmer with the what is it? The long arms, the AR rifles with the AR band. Right?
Is Gretchen Whitmer or is Gretchen Whitmer the president? I'm sorry, is she Joe Biden or Kamala Harris?
She's still part of the Democratic Party, but that's
I mean that's fine.
Though.
But you're talking about like state level legislation. Gretchen Whitmer is the governor of Michigan, and so like either you're going to have states' rights or you're not. Either like states, things are going to be pushed back to the states, or they're going to be federalized. But those things contradict each other. But I, like the specific question that I have is, can you give me, and hell, I'll even expand it past Biden and Harris, right? Because yes, those were the two last Democratic nominees, which were the focal points of the political party. Can you give me in recent history any Democratic figurehead for the Democratic Party, i.e. Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, any of those figures that have had power in the House, Senate, or running for the presidency that has advocated for any type of gun reform? While he goes to look that up, a couple of thank yous. Debbie's in the chat for Linnell. Linnell sent a $5 super chat to say, caller asks if one person has died from a gun violence. Caller asks if only one person has died from gun violence. Mass shootings are an epidemic in America. We call that
mostly within black communities, by the way.
That's not true. Thank you for that.
The crime statistics say otherwise.
Sure, give me those crime statistics. Give me the crime statistics.
FBI crime statistics.
Mm-hmm. What do they say?
I mean, granted, I don't have them in front of me right now, but if you look it up, you can clearly tell.
What does it say?
Demographics. Hey, like I said, I don't have it in front of me right now.
Sure, give me your recollection of what you remember it saying.
Black males are killed at a much higher rate than any other ethnicity and gender than anybody else, right? They're being killed left and right by a much higher rate. I don't know if it's twice as much, but it's really bad, right? And a lot of that is inner city shootings, you know, by pistols, though.
Are you saying
and that's?
Are you saying that black people are 13% of the population while committing 55% of the crimes, i.e. murders? Is that the one you're talking about?
That may be along the same lines, but I'm specifically referring to inner city deaths, right? Or excuse me, nationwide. I'm referring to nationwide deaths, but specifically when you look at it, you'll notice that black males are dying at a much higher rate than anybody else, right?
Sure.
The inner city violence
that's not true.
Is like astronomical.
That's literally not true, and I'm willing to actually accept it if you go get that information to verify that. But I need you to lock in and answer.
A message. I'll send it to you in a message because I'm about to take off. But
if that's the case, then you got to abandon your claim. Fine. I just really want to make sure that I have the answer to my question. Can you give me Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, one of them in recent history who, while running for political power, advocated for restricting the Second Amendment right?
Let's see here. The first person that comes to mind is Pete Buttigieg. Hell yeah, we're going to take their AR-15s. Okay, enough said. You know what I mean? Political candidate. There you go.
Joseph Robinette Biden, the last Democratic president, Kamala Debbie Harris, the last Democratic nominee for president,
It's part of your party, bro.
Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, the current Senate and House minority leaders, Nancy Pelosi, the former House leader, majority and minority leader, the actual people at the top of the tickets that have the actual political power. Can you give me any of those people advocating to infringe on the Second Amendment right? You said the Democratic Party does this. I'm saying, tell me when and where any person at the top of the political party has done that.
Okay, so I don't know why you're narrowing it to just the top of the party, but like I said,
because I spoke to actions that were actually done by the head of your political party, Donald Jimothy Trump.
And
not only he literally infringed on the Second Amendment right and tried to infringe multiple times. And I'm going to the very tip top of your party, and I'm even opening up to more people. But for some reason, you want to talk about a Democratic governor, and you want to talk about the former Secretary of Transportation. You want to talk about the former Secretary of Transportation that did not even make it to the actual ticket nomination. Sure, yes, Pete Buttigieg said that. Sure, that's fine. None of those things are analogous, and it doesn't drive home the point. So either admit that Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, Hakeem Jeffries, none of them ever said that, and that has not been the position of the Democratic Party as a whole, or provide the actual proof.
Hey, I'm telling you that they have, and I'm not going to admit any, what you're saying that I'm wrong about, right? I'm not wrong.
But why, if you're not going to admit it, then why can't you prove it?
I don't have the information in front of me. I'm on my phone.
You know for a fact that you can swipe out and you can go get that information. Don't play.
I will.
Like you just tried to do. And he didn't say that. I know, Hector. I know he didn't say that. He's literally running, and so I'm trying to get him to answer the question directly. Oh, that was Beto O'Rourke. Oh, yeah, you fucking no. Excuse my language. You lied. That was Beto O'Rourke. Wrong. That wasn't Pete Buttigieg.
Yeah.
For some reason, I was picturing Pete as well. W's in chat for Hector. I appreciate you, bro. The point being, though,
me out, Hector, I was wrong.
And the point being, though, is no, that's not a thing. Pete pushed back against it. The point being is that the Democratic Party has not advocated for restricting Second Amendment rights. And not only have they not advocated for restricting Second Amendment rights, it's been the Republican Party lying and saying that they're going to take your guns. That's a Republican myth. And that still feeds into my entire point, which is the Republican Party needs a boogeyman because they don't pass policy. The Republican Party keeps pushing the idea that the left wants to take away your guns, right? But at the same time, there is a large majority of people on the left that are gun owners, right? Myself, and even the last presidential candidate, Kamala Debbie Harris, said that she is a gun owner and believed in owning guns and protecting yourself. Right, if you're looking for a source, that's fine, but you got to make sure that you come back in so you don't actually disconnect. There we go. You can keep going. If you're still looking for a source, I got a couple of people to think, or you can address what I just said.
Yeah, go ahead and think them.
Okay, perfect. W's in the chat for Ron. What up, Ron? Hashtag Spice King, who sent a $10 donation saying, how are those spices? Listen, I was actually thinking about seeing if management was down for hooking some steak up with some spices later. So yeah, it's absolutely awesome. W's in the chat. Thank you for that. W's in the chat for Anissa. What up, twin? Needs to send a $25 donation saying, hey, twin, it's been a while since I caught you live. I'm so glad that you're still frying these MAGA imbeciles. I don't understand how they can look at the Oompa Loompa in chief and say that he's a true American patriot. I miss Obama in the White House. I just miss decency in our country, like some level of decency. W's in the chat. W's in the chat for Oakley. Oakley sent a $2 donation saying, my 7-year-old told me yesterday that her friend moved away. Through tears, she said, all the Spanish kids are gone now. She doesn't get why, but she sees the commonality. It's heartbreaking. 4 families since November. Holy shit, Oakley. I'm sorry that your daughter is experiencing that in real time. Like, I know that's tough, and I think people forget that like some of the things that are occurring, a lot of the things that are occurring, not only impact the youth in real time, but it's going to impact the way that they grow up, their outlook and view on the world, and what they do next. So that's sad. I'm sorry. W's in the chat for Oakley. And last but not least, W's in the chat for Darius. What up, bro? Who sent a $5 donation saying GOP rep Chris Jacobs to retire after saying he'd support an assault weapons ban. What does the guest think of that? What do you think of that?
What was that last question?
GOP Representative Chris Jacobs is going to retire after saying he would support an assault weapons ban. What do you think of that?
Bye.
Yeah, exactly. W's in the chat for the donation. Guys, if anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out, guys. 1.4 thousand of us hanging out here. Look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. We only got 23 new followers on the stream. We're trying to get to 200,000 followers. So make sure you hit that follow button, turn on notifications so you know when we go live. We're trying to make it to 200,000 followers and I need you. You guys watch, but make sure you hit that follow. Like, hit the follow button. If you're over on YouTube, hit that thumbs up and make sure that you subscribe over on YouTube. We're almost at 21,000 followers. So W's in the chat. I think we were like at the start of the stream, we're about 60 away from 21,000 or 22,000. Make sure you subscribe over on YouTube. It's free. All right. So you were going to give me an example, or do you want me to just go ahead and land my plane with everything?
No, I'll tell you the prompt I use. Give me times Obama or Biden has called for anti-Second Amendment, right? And so let's see here. January 5th, 2016, executive actions on gun safety after Sandy Hook. Obama announced executive measures to strengthen background checks to curb gun violence.
Hey, thank you for the dinosaur.
Right. Specifically, though, what makes me want to point it out. So, like, July 17th, 2024, after a Trump assassination attempt, this was Biden referencing the AR that was used. And it says in quotes here, an AR was used.
Wait, can you start over because there's a big flaw in what you said. Start over with what you said.
July 17th, 2024, right after the Trump assassination attempt.
No. Before that, when you were talking about Obama and the executive order.
Yeah, it didn't really point out what I'm trying to say, so that's why I'm
right. But you said that was in 2017.
I mean, I'm reading right off of what this says.
Read it one more time. I'm just trying to make sure I'm looking at the right thing.
It was January 5th, 2016.
Okay.
And he's talking about reducing gun violence. Okay.
Got it. Okay. Perfect. Just hold tight for a moment. And so this is the thing that I wanted to bring up, because at first you said 2017. So now if you're saying 2016, okay, like it's less than the problem than it was before. But I was just about to say Donald Trump was president in 2017, but Sandy Hook happened in 2012. So you're saying 4 years later he signed executive orders, and that's not true. But even looking at what he did say after, and I'm looking at the National Archives, he didn't sign any type of executive order after Sandy Hook. He did absolutely call for more laws to be passed and for more protections, but he didn't pass anything. So,
and that's why I said never mind about that one.
Mm-hmm. Also,
right,
you probably shouldn't just use AI. That was the big point that I was trying to get across.
Exactly, but I did that because of the time restraints. I don't want to keep you and your people that's on here waiting for me to look this up. You know what I mean?
Or you can just admit that it's like a fool's errand, because the answer is that it is because there has been no democratic leader that has called for and tried to initiate actual meaningful gun reform. Like that's the big problem that I have with the that's the problem that I have with the Democratic Party. I know this because there has been no major push by the Democratic Party to pass gun reform. They've talked about it. Every time there's a mass shooting, they say that we want it. The Republicans say we don't want it, and that it ends at that. But there's been no meaningful effort by the Democratic Party to have any type of gun reform.
Look, hey, them calling on banning a specific firearm that's the most commonly used firearm across the United States of America, right?
For mass shootings.
AR plan.
For mass shootings.
I mean, sure.
Yeah.
Right? If that's what you want to say.
No, it's not what I want to say. It's what it actually is. Redwin, how many mass shootings have we had? It's May 1st. It's gonna be May. It's May 1st.
200, 300.
How is that acceptable?
Hey, it's not me doing any act of violence. Right?
But how is that acceptable?
I'm responsible for myself. And if somebody causes an 18-car pileup because they're an idiot and they're out there on the road drinking, or they do what you're describing, right? Mm-hmm. That is not my responsibility.
Wait, so even if someone's an idiot as far as driving, do we not have there's a requirement to have insurance, right? There's also
still don't follow that.
Yeah, but there's a requirement. There's at least there's a difference between having law and then people breaking the law. Like those are two different things.
And but there's requirements. There is requirements for that particular firearm for you to go, if I'm not mistaken, go anywhere across the United States to buy that particular firearm. You still have to pass a background check and go through NICS, right?
Can you tell me where there's any type of where there's any type of like insurance requirement or anything like that to hold people responsible? Why?
You shouldn't have to have.
You made the comparison between like guns and cars.
Well, okay, I sure did, but I'm just saying that there's a clear difference there. Second Amendment versus it absolutely is. Your right to drive is not enshrined by any.
Sure, but both of them are deadly weapons. And more so, like the assault rifle is literally a weapon of war. It was created for the United States military as a weapon of war.
What was?
The assault rifle. It was created for the United States military as a weapon of war.
You're talking about the AR platform.
Yes, the assault rifle, the origination.
Is that what AR stands for?
Yes.
No, it's not. Armalite. That's what it stands for.
Yes, colloquially assault rifle. Yes, it's Armalite. Yes. Assault rifle. Yes.
It's not an assault rifle. Okay, but we could argue that all day long, right? You shouldn't have or anybody else.
Armalite is a colloquial term for assault rifles, and yes, they were manufactured for the United States military as a weapon of war. Stop playing in my face.
You know what? Hey, but either way, even if it is a weapon of war, that doesn't change anything with me, right?
I'm saying that was the inception of the weapon.
Yeah, but I'm saying you go back to when our country was founded, right? Civilians had more powerful weapons than the military did. Military was getting armed from the civilian population, right? Look up
They had fucking muskets.
That doesn't matter. Hey,
they had muskets.
When
our country was founded, they were doing duels and they had muskets. And they had to load their gun with the pellets in the front, and they had to pack it with gunpowder. It took it took like at least 2 minutes or so to be able to load your weapon. They didn't have switches. You know what a switch is, Redwin?
Really? Dude, I'm so pro Second Amendment. You're gonna have to do that.
They didn't have switches. The point that I'm trying to get across is like your entire premise is not only flawed, but it's just like it's not rooted in reality. There has been no active push, and the Republican Party is the party that is looking to limit the Second Amendment while saying, oh, it's the Democrats that want to limit the Second Amendment. It's literally them. And when you talk about the amount of mass shootings that we have in our country that are overwhelmingly done, I know you tried to say black people, white people.
No, that's
white people. Cishet males do the majority of mass shootings throughout the history of the United States of America, and mass shootings are daily occurrences. Anyway, I'm gonna give it to Solid really quick because I know you're limited on time, and I know Solid wanted to say something. So, floor is yours, Solid.
Yeah. The whole Armalite gotcha. Right. Is there a difference between an assault rifle and an Armalite? Like, what's
an assault rifle?
A rifle that you use for assault.
Oh yeah, is it? I mean, my rifle's sitting on the shelf right now. It's not assaulting anybody. Okay.
Oh, I see. So, because something is not actively doing the thing that it is intended for, that it ceases to be that thing.
Dude, I don't know why you're splitting hairs with the definition or a
I don't
name.
know why you're splitting hairs. Let me ask you a question.
Is an assault I just don't want any of these firearms to be banned. They're popular across the United States.
I hear you.
There's no reason to ban them.
Yeah, I get it. You're right.
You got some
it's
crazy.
Okay.
You got some crazy.
Wait for a second. Why are you talking over him? Don't do that. You haven't done. You've been actually like pretty decent this entire time. Don't crash at the end.
Dude, I'm just saying. Like, is the thing? And real quick, I just need to clarify. Santana, when you said assault rifle, were you talking about a lightweight, magazine-fed, gas-operated, air-cooled, shoulder-fired weapon?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, is a Armalite red? Is a Armalite a lightweight, magazine-fed, gas-operated, air-cooled, shoulder-fired weapon?
Sure. It's.
Oh, so y'all were talking about the same thing?
Also, you know what's funny, Solid?
Oh.
Solid. You know what's funny?
Yeah, what's up?
Armalite is the specific design for the AR-15s, which are the assault rifles. Like, that's all Armalite is. That's why I said they're interchangeable. The Armalite is the specific company design of the assault rifles. It's just a different name, same thing. Sorry, go ahead.
The original manufacturer. Yeah, it's the original manufacturer of that platform. That's all.
That's right.
So, like, but if we're saying AR platform, but we're talking about Smith & Wesson, we're talking about M4s, we're talking about M16s, we're talking about, right? We're talking about all the same, bolt fed, right? Like, what are we doing? It's got a bolt, it's got a charging handle, it's got a mag. You can switch it from safe to semi to burst. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah. Really quick. Tim SSG 56MM, you said Santana had to call in backup to help. Sure. First and foremost, I was cooking up here by myself. Secondly, if that's the case, then I just muted you and sent you a request. Come up here and even the score. Run the fade 2-on-2, you coward. I bet you won't. Sorry, go ahead, Solid.
Yeah, it's just such a flimsy gotcha, right? Because a lot of people don't know this. The further left you go, the more pew-pews you get. A lot of people don't know this. You get your you get your pew-pews back the further left you go, right? The idea is, but it's just a flimsy gotcha, right? We can make arguments about how firearms should work, how they should be regulated, if they should be regulated, when they should, right? We could make arguments about that without these like silly ass, like the libs don't know what an Armalite, the libs, they don't know. You know, they tried to ban bump stocks. Yeah. Like, it's goofy, bro. It's silly, it's goofy. Have the actual conversation, goofy, because it's goofy, but it's fat. Right. Okay. All right. Just real quick, Tim.
You gotta drop off, y'all. Have a good one. Thanks for getting on here, Tim.
Just real quick, Tim. How do you clear a misfeed? Sports. Okay, thank you for that. How do you clear a misfeed for a belt fed?
I mean, I don't know the acronym for it, but I mean, I know you have to.
All right.
I don't know the acronym, but I mean, I know you open it and clear. I mean, you have to. Depends on which belt fed. Depends on which belt fed weapon system you're talking about.
All right, that's all I need is Slim. Like the idea of this archetype in your head.
I mean, I cleared a Mark 19 3 days ago. I mean, does that help?
That's wonderful. I cleared Barrett 50 cal 3 days ago.
Okay.
Are we good? All right.
And that's not okay.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So what we're gonna do, right, is we're going to have the actual conversation without the minutia and the pedantry. Okay.
Yeah,
what you can discuss is whether or not these pew-pews are being used for unintended or harmful things, right? Things that harm society.
Well, hold on. Before we get there solid, and we will have that conversation. Tim, I want you to tell me what point that I had with Red Wind that necessitated me to need backup. Thank you for that.
What I was referring to was that you didn't realize Armalite didn't stand for AR.
No. I said that it's interchangeable for assault rifle. I was talking about the terminology, the way that it's colloquially used. It's not that I didn't understand that Armalite didn't stand for AR. I said assault rifles, and I was talking about the general categorization. But can you tell me what point I got cooked on?
Armalite is not a colloquial term. It's the name of the company manufacturer.
Yes, it's the name of the company. Okay.
That's all I was saying.
Question for you.
Yes, it's a silly gotcha, but
no, it's fine. It's fine. What part of the country are you from?
I live in Florida right now.
You live in Florida. Are you from Florida?
No, I'm from Alabama, but
you're from Alabama.
You've talked to me.
Cool.
You've talked to me plenty of times on an account called Chris.
Okay, cool. Question for you. What do you call a fizzy beverage that's flavored that people drink? What do you call that?
Oh, soda.
Okay, so you call it soda. Have you ever heard people call it pop? Sure, hold on. Right. Have you ever heard people call it pop?
Yeah, of course.
Have you ever heard people call it Coke?
Yes.
Okay. Is Coke a specific brand?
Coke? No.
Coca-Cola, yes. Coke is short for Coca-Cola.
Coca-Cola is, yes.
Yes, Coke is short for Coca-Cola.
But it's also, but to your point, it's also short for people call Sprite Coke.
Like exactly, Coke. And that's the entire fucking point that I'm making.
But Coke is more than just a company name.
I think you're missing the point. I think you're literally missing the point.
Honestly, I think you're back. I don't think you realized it at first, and you realize it now, and you're backtracking.
I'm not backtracking shit. I stand on what I said as far as assault rifles, and I'm going to continue to say assault rifles.
That's fine. How would you define an assault rifle?
Oh, a weapon of war.
Okay. And would you consider an AR? How do you consider an AR-15 a weapon of war when they don't shoot this? They don't shoot at the same rate of speed. They don't shoot the same actual rounds.
Can they be used for mass killing?
Yes, but
can they be used effectively for mass killing?
Yes. So
okay, so it's a weapon of war.
So a 9mm is a weapon of war because it can be used for mass killing?
No. Can 9mm be used effectively for weapons of war? I'm sorry, effectively for killing, for mass killing?
Yes. Yes, we use it every day in the military. An M17 is the 9mm handgun. Okay,
so are you telling me that you are going up against a squad of, let's say, someone that's trying to infiltrate your base, right? And there's 15, 20 of them. Are you saying that you feel like with 15, 20 people that
No,
you
of course
with
there's
your
different-
9
there's
mil, hold
different
on. You with your 9 mil is equipped to handle 15 or 20 people, and all of them have 9 mils.
No, of course not.
Okay, that's the point that I'm making. I'm not saying that you don't have the capability to end lives or even a lot of lives with a 9mm. I am saying that if you are looking for mass destruction in one point with a small amount of effort from your end while doing maximum damage to everyone else, it's an assault rifle.
But the AR-15 and the weapon we use in war, just because they look alike, they're not the same weapon. They don't shoot at the same speed.
I'm not saying it's the same thing. I'm saying the original intention was it was created as a weapon of war for the United States military.
The AR-15 was not. No.
The Armalite, yes. The Armalite, yes. 1950s. Like,
I mean, if they made one for the military, sure. But what I'm saying
that
is
was the original. Before it was sold to the American people, it was literally only available for the military.
They made a civilian version of the military weapon.
Yes.
And it's different because it doesn't do the same thing. One will go on fully automatic. One will not. One will go on a 3-round burst. One will not.
Okay, cool. What's the difference in the people that use them for mass shootings?
What do you mean? What's the difference in the people?
No, what's the difference in the Armalite versus the assault rifle when it comes to mass shootings?
When it comes to, well, again, the difference would be if you had a weapon that's assigned to the military, it'll go on full automatic.
Okay.
An AR-15 will not.
Cool. Do you know what? Do you know the Uvalde shooting?
Uvalde. Yeah, I mean, I know of it. Yes.
Was that an Armalite or was that an assault rifle?
I believe it was an Armalite, most likely. Let's see. I can look it up on my other device. Hold on.
Sure.
I mean, I'm still here. I mean, it's another device. AR-15.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So not the Armalite, right? You said the AR-15. Okay, got it. Sorry. All right. What about the? Yeah, it was the DD-42 V7. Cool. What was the weapon that was used in the Sandy Hook?
Probably the same one. Let's see. Bushmaster XM15, an AR XM15 E2S, a semi-automatic AR-15 style rifle.
Okay. All right.
Along with 2 handguns, a Glock 10, and
right. That's fine. So at Uvalde, it was an AR Armalite, and Sandy Hook, it was an assault rifle.
Same.
Right.
Same. Yeah, pretty much the same thing. Yeah.
Tell me which one of those mass shootings were worse.
I wouldn't consider one worse than the other. Honestly.
I wouldn't either.
I don't.
I'm so happy you said that, Tim, because I would not either. Both of them were mass shootings that actually took the lives of children. And it doesn't matter if it was an Armalite that took their lives or an AR, an assault rifle that took their lives. It was still a weapon that was used for mass shootings, and it caused maximum damage.
I don't challenge that whatsoever.
So at this point, it's just semantics.
Yeah, the point, the original point that got you on to me, yeah, it was semantics, and I said that from the very beginning. I said it's a silly gotcha. I even told Solid that. I said yes, it's a silly gotcha. but I think it did get you there. That's all I said at the beginning.
How? Like again, I guess. Okay, help me understand this then, because I'm a very logical person. How about this? Can you help me understand the importance of that quote unquote gotcha?
I mean, if it was that important, I'd have came up. If it was that important, I'd have came up to slam it on you. It wasn't that important. That's why I literally said it was a silly gotcha in the comments, and I said it multiple times now. It was a silly gotcha. I've followed you for a long time, and it's rare to ever get you. So if I get the rare grasping of the straws, I try to poke at you. That's all. Now, the only thing I will say is Kamala Harris did speak. She said she would, by executive action, ban assault rifles.
When did she say that?
Now, in the 29, when she was vice president, when she was running for president in 2019.
Okay, so before she actually held the office of the presidency, when she was more progressive and not in the most recent election.
She was vice president at the time. She never held the office of presidency, obviously.
Yeah, yeah. I said before she ran for the office of presidency. No, she wasn't vice president in 2019. She was running for president, and then that was part of the platform that she ran on, including the whole banning fracking thing. But she not only dropped that initiative, but completely changed her position. The reason why she said that is because she was a senator from California, which California has stricter gun legislation, and so she was following the premise of that.
But now you're moving the goalpost. You said who? Yeah, you are. You said you brought up all these names of who of these top Democratic people have proposed to attack the Second Amendment. Yeah, and this is one aspect where she did it. No, she had already been she had already been at the top of the field.
No, she hadn't. She was only a senator when she proposed the actual ban or the buyback of assault rifles. She didn't even make it to South Carolina. So, like, one, that's not true. But two, what I told him, because I gave the specific information when it came to Donald Trump, right? I gave him in Donald Trump's first administration what he tried to say to Mike Pence. I gave the bump stock ban that he passed, and I gave this current administration where he's trying to limit transgender people's right to the Second Amendment. I said, can you give me one of the last two, either the presidential candidate, i.e. Kamala Harris, who ran for president in 2024, or the last president, Joseph Robinette Biden, which was president from 2021 until 2025, or
you said Pelosi, Hakeem Jeffries.
Yeah, I was literally going there. Yeah, I said, or the current minority leaders, Chuck Schumer or Hakeem Jeffries, or Nancy Pelosi, because Nancy Pelosi was also in power during Trump's administration as well as the majority head of the House. That's why I said that. So any of those timeframes with any of those people that actually had power at the top of the ticket advocating for any type of restriction.
I mean, I don't have that, like you said, but
because it doesn't exist.
As she was running for president, but
yeah, it doesn't exist.
Well, again, you moved the goalpost.
I didn't move the goalpost. My position has not changed. Tell me where. Okay, if I said the last presidential nominee, who was that?
The last presidential nominee,
or Democratic presidential nominee. Perfect. And hey, Zeus, what up, Zeus? W's in the chat for my brother Zeus. Okay. When did she put out her political stance for her presidential nomination?
I couldn't tell you.
What year? Not specific date, but what year?
When did she put out her stance?
Yes. Meaning her initiatives, her plans. If you vote for me, then I'll do this. When did she put that out? What year?
I couldn't. I would imagine 23 or 24. I would imagine
2024. 2024, because she only had 107 days to run. Okay, so in 2024, with the 100,
because she wasn't democratically elected, she was installed, right? But yeah.
Oh no, you're wrong. Like you guys say that and you don't even know stuff, but it's fine. I mean, we can talk about that in a half a second. But in 2024, Kamala Devi Harris, when did she say anything about banning weapons or a buyback?
Oh, she probably didn't because she
Okay,
didn't want to.
perfect. She didn't. She actually said to the opposite that she is a gun owner, and like people were like, I can't believe she said that, because she said if someone breaks into her premises unlawfully, then they will get shot. Right? That's what she said, and there was a whole freak out about that. But Joseph Robinette Biden, or I'm sorry. So we can both agree that in her actual nomination for the head of the ticket, she didn't advocate for any type of ban for the 2024 platform. Is that an accurate statement?
Oh, but I'm listening to you. I'm not going to say it wasn't. I'm double checking, to be honest.
Okay. Take your time. I'm going to thank a couple of people while you double check then. Debbie's in the chat for Indigo for the $5 donation saying, happy Friday, Santana. The Will to Change. Have I read The Will to Change? No, I haven't. Who is that by? I'm going to have to check that out. Debbie's in the chat for Kelsey for the $6.46 donation. Hey, Santana. I'd love for you to take a look at the projection on the Buckingham Palace when Trump came to visit. Also, thank you for educating on a daily basis. I'm deconstructing personally and trying to educate other white people while I can. Sending love from Scotland. How did I miss that? I will go check that out. I'm not sure how I missed that. Debbie's in chat for Crystal for the $3 donation saying, ask the guest, how many of our kids would have had to be taken before he would be able to see a mental health how many of our kids would have had to be taken before he would have been able to see a mental health, I'm sure you mean evaluation, type of guns to prevent to be sold and other preventable measures needed? I hope he does not have children. Yeah, he's gone, but I get what you were saying. Debbie's in chat, Crystal. And Debbie's in chat for Avocado for the $2 donation. And I wonder if you think the children's lives that have been lost are worth pearl clutchings, a quote unquote weapon of war. That's an interesting one. We'll find out. Debbie's in chat for Ray for the $2 super chat to say, Gretchen is my governor and she did not want our guns. I know. Sometimes you just got to let them say the stupid shit so you can get to the point. Debbie's in the chat for Rachel for the $5 super chat to say, if we weren't responsible for the violence committed by others, then I assume he's okay. He's okay with open borders, right? No gun control, no immigration control. I am positive that he's not good with that one. Debbie's in chat for Rachel. Debbie's in chat for E-Telephone, who sent a $10 super chat to say ARs are the closest things to M4s, excuse me, and can be modified to rival M4 capabilities. The reason you're fighting for the Second Amendment is to fight against the tyrannical government and its forces, and which that's not even true. That's not fucking true. Deb's in the chat for E-Telephone. Guys, if anyone else likes Support the Live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, 1.5 thousand people hanging out. Look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. We only got 42 new followers on the stream. Like, guys, I would love to get, for some reason, we haven't even been breaking 100 new followers for the stream. So please, please, please look up there, hit that follow button. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. If you ever want to come back, even if you don't like me, right? If you say this guy sucks, right? And you want to rage out, sure, hit that follow button and come back. And maybe you want to debate me at some point or whatever, right? Hit the follow button. All right. Are we good? Did you find what you need?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I find is her 2024 stance. She didn't. It doesn't show anything that she changed her thoughts on the assault weapons.
Yeah, which that was one of the things that the Republicans tried to use to criticize her, because they said, oh, she can't make up her mind. Before she wanted to ban guns, now she doesn't want to ban them. Before she wanted to ban fracking, now she doesn't want to ban them. And like the entire premise is that she never made it to South Carolina when it came to the first presidential run. And so she is sitting here saying that, oh, she was at top of the ticket or whatever, blah, 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 blah. I'm focusing on, and the point that I didn't move the goalpost. That's why I said the last Democratic presidential nominee or the last president. And then I even open it up to the current heads in the Senate and the House, and even the former head of the House. That's not moving the goalpost. Saying that she didn't say something in 2024, but she did say it in 2019. Like that's not what I was saying.
you missed what I said, sir. I said that I'm not finding anything that she changed her stance. She might not have been as vocal about it because she knew she didn't want to alienate. She wanted to backtrack but the Republicans' claims of the confiscation. So she didn't make it. So she didn't make it a key thing, but she never changed her stance.
Okay, sure. Hold on a second. I got it.
I'm looking at it in different sources. I don't know which one's valid enough. This is
give me 1 second.
This one's Ballotpedia.
Sure, but, give me 1 second.
Yeah, go ahead. And I don't really understand the whole gun show loophole that she fights to. I've bought guns at gun shows, and you have to do and I've always had to do a background check at them.
Yeah, it depends on what state you're in. Give me a second though. This is Kamala Harris on with Oprah Winfrey. Let's see here.
Oh, where she said she owned a gun?
I'm a gun owner. Tim Walz is a gun.
I did not know that.
If somebody breaks in my house, they're getting shot.
Yes, I hear that. I hear that.
Probably should not have said that. But my staff will deal with that later.
Yeah.
So that was the clip from the actual stance that she was taking, but even more so, the entire point came from the question, because it was a Q&A on Oprah where they were saying that, oh, is it true that you want to take people guns? And that's why she answered the way she did. She wanted people to understand that not only is she not taking anyone's guns, but she's a gun owner and Tim Walz is a gun owner as well. So how is that not changing your stance?
Because she's not changing her stance on gun ownership. No, she's changing her stance. Let me back up. She changed her stance in what she was talking about in the context.
Thank you for the galaxy.
She's saying that she was never opposed. I don't ever say she was trying to confiscate all guns. I'm not saying that. I know some idiots say that, but she never changed her stance on the assault on called uncalled assault weapons. With what she's called, with what some people call an assault weapon, which an AR-15 is actually less damaging most of the time than a deer rifle.
Okay, so Kamala Harris, and this is from her actual 2019 presidency, the actual items that she ran on, right? When it came to gun control, she said that she wants strict gun control measures, including assault weapons ban, universal background checks, red flag laws. She also emphasized that as a gun owner, she wanted to close loopholes at gun sales, enhancing background check for buyers under 21, and expand safe storage laws, right? That was her.
So she made it clear then she was a gun owner too. So where was
wait, hold on. No. Listen what I'm saying. That was in 2019. In 2019 and 2024, because 2019 she was advocating for a mandatory assault weapons buyback, right? That was in 2019. In 2024, her gun control policy included stricter federal regulation, mandatory universal background checks, and implementation of red flag laws. Those are the official campaign stances of 2019 to 2024.
Right. It's called politics.
Wait.
To the moderate.
Wait. So if in 2019, one of her official stance and points was, I want a mandatory assault rifle buyback, but then in 2024, that has been removed, is that not changing your stance?
Yeah, it's definitely that part's changing her stance, because the DNC handlers told her that you're going to push off too many people if you keep saying this.
So now we shift the goalpost from, oh, she didn't change her stance to, oh, she did change her stance because the DNC made her change her stance.
It's called politics. The same way she changed her stance on whether or not Biden was racist or not. When
she never said Biden was racist.
No, yeah, you're right. She clearly said, I'm not going to call you a racist.
She said, I'm not calling you racist. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I just said. She said, I'm not calling you racist, but you opposed busing, and I was one of those little girls that got bussed.
Yeah, that's stating a fact. She clarified for the record, she wasn't taking the position that he was racist, but she was saying that he opposed something that was beneficial to Black people. Yes. That's not calling him a racist.
Oh, okay. So he opposed something that was beneficial to Black people, but that wouldn't. So you wouldn't say that was a racist stance that he took back then?
I think that having the conversation around race and racism is something that's complicated for a lot of people to have and understand. And the nuance between saying, I literally walk this tightrope every single day when I have these conversations, because people want to come up here and they want to have a conversation about race and racism. And the first thing they say is, well, you're calling me racist. And I tell them every single time, I'm not calling you racist. I'm saying, because I don't know you on an individual level, I'm telling you that these racist things exist and you live within these racist things. Like, that's the point. Now, if you show your ass and go through this whole thing, then I can deem that you are actively engaging in racism, because there's active and there's passive, right? You don't actually have to do certain things to be involved with racism. Like, it's how it works. It's a system. But there are people that perpetuate it and use white supremacy to push it forward. There's a huge difference between those things. But like, you guys don't understand the nuance between her saying like, hey, I'm not just saying that you're racist, but you did actually do something that upheld racism.
I think that part there is semantics.
It's not because she was. It's not. You just don't understand the conversation.
I do, and that's why she was asked about it after the fact, and she laughed and said, "Oh, it was a debate. It was a debate."
Are you a white supremacist?
No, I am not.
Are you a white man?
I am.
Tell me what you do to fight white supremacy on an everyday basis.
What would I do to fight it? I don't.
No, not what would you do. What do you do to fight white supremacy on a daily basis?
I would say if I had to, if I hear negative.
Why do you
jokes,
keep saying ifs? Why do you keep saying ifs? Like, you don't have to say if about like what you do. Well, I don't say if I have a cup of coffee every day, this is how I have it. I have a cup of coffee every day. So when I have a cup of coffee, this is how I make my coffee.
Well, that's the point. I don't hear it. I don't hear these same things every day.
Mm-hmm.
On the day that I hear it, this is what I do. On another day that something else happens, this is what I do.
Okay.
So you're playing.
So in order for you to fight white supremacy, you have to hear someone saying something for you to engage in it. That's what you're saying.
If I see something, I say something. Yes.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that you uphold white supremacy because, one, you're not actively fighting against white supremacy, and if you're not actively doing a thing, then you're upholding the thing?
What would you define as actively fighting white supremacy?
Sure. Actively fighting white supremacy would include, one, educating yourself on the premise of race, racism, white supremacy, whiteness, the social construct, the way that it actually materially harms non-white people. And then also it would include you advocating for deconstruction of other white people. It would include you going and using your privilege to help those marginalized communities and voices. There are so many levels as far as what you have to do to actively fight against it on a day-to-day basis.
So I would say that I do those things. I wouldn't say I can't say I do it on a day-to-day basis. One of the things, to be honest, and you may not believe this, but I listen to a lot of your lives to educate myself.
I'm sure you do. There's a lot of people that disagree with me that listen to the lives.
Yeah, but but what I'm telling you is, that's why I said you may not believe me, but I actively listen to your lives because I want the perspective. I want to educate myself on a perspective other than my own, so I can understand more and more about it. I do believe there is a form of white privilege in this country. There's no doubt in my mind.
Well, so then my question is, okay, how long have you been listening to my lives?
Probably a couple of years. Well, like I said, you may not remember Chris, but I was on Erica's lives a few times as Chris, and with you and Erica.
Yeah, I remember you.
For a while.
Okay.
Probably for a year or better. A year or better,
perfect.
at least.
Perfect. What reading material have you engaged in since listening to my lives?
I wouldn't say since listening to your lives, I haven't engaged in any specific. I've read books in the past. I've not read any lately.
Okay, so if you're listening to a live that challenges your thought process and the way that you view the world with, you know, race and racism, right? And if you're saying that you are actively, this is part of you actively trying to gain knowledge to fight white supremacy, why wouldn't you take the step of going outside of just listening and then moving towards doing?
Well, I would say I do. There is things that I do.
Well, the first step of doing would have to be properly educating yourself, right?
Right. I mean, I have conversations with people. I have conversations with people at least on a weekly basis.
Conversations with who?
People of my race, of other races, to understand their perspective. I've got.
But wait, so but the issue that I'm trying to get to though is if you haven't properly weaponized, and I'm not weaponized, but properly giving yourself the right weapons and tools to be able to have these conversations, then how effective are the conversations? Hey, that was in the chat. Thank you so much, Desi. Like, because let's keep it funky. If you're watching me, then you may learn a few things. That's fine. But like the reason why I platform the people that I platform is because even in these TikTok spaces, and there's people who do way more, have way more knowledge, education, and know these things way better than me. And I try to get those people who may watch me that don't watch those other people because they might not have the same size of a platform as me. I try to get them to shift past me to them. But even when getting to those voices that are more educated, you have to pull the ripcord, get off of TikTok. Thank you for that. And actually read studies, read books, go into deep diving material. Like, you can't just say that, oh, I listen to TikToks. Like, that's not how you actually do it. You don't properly learn.
When I said I have conversations, I'm not just referring to TikTok. I'm talking about.
I'm not talking about that. I'm still talking about you actually studying and learning. Like, if you don't know the fundamentals, then what good does the conversations actually offer?
What fundamentals are you assuming that I don't know?
Okay. If you've been listening for a while, I'm sure you probably already know this. What is race?
Well, it's a social construct that was developed, I mean, in the 15th, 16th century.
What was the purpose?
It was to alienate black people.
What do you mean alienate black people?
Well, to separate people into boxes, to say you're not one of us, so to speak. You're not one of us. You're not all human. You're not this. You're not that. It was to marginalize people that wasn't like them.
It wasn't about marginalization. What's chattel slavery?
Okay. Chattel slavery, but I mean, I don't have I can give you my definition. It was a type of ownership. It was, a brutal ownership. It wasn't like biblical slavery where some Christians try to make the analogy, and it's not the same, because chattel slavery is not servanthood. It was an ownership of people.
What's the key difference between chattel slavery and indentured servitude?
I would say I guess probably the brutalization of it. Indentured servanthood probably, I don't think, carried the same level of beatings and the same level of torture that what happened in chattel slavery. No.
You're like you. So what I can say is that yes, you have a base that's a little bit higher than people that wouldn't listen to my lives, but you haven't even listened to the lives to the point where you would get the basics of the basics. And so that's how I know for a fact that you haven't done the type of reading, studying, and seeking knowledge that it needs to be able to take those conversations and push those out. This guy said, oh, Santana's on his high horse right now. I'm out. Oh, don't run, snowflake. You said I'm on my high horse. I'm gonna mute you. Boom, and I'm gonna send you a request. Come and tell me how I'm on my high horse, because I'm sitting here and saying people haven't properly educated themselves. I'm on a high horse because I'm calling out the fact that if you don't know the basis of the basis, then you can't claim to actually educate yourself. You're a snowflake. You're literally a snowflake. Anywho,
I'm not saying I know every. I mean, there is stuff I'm still learning. Absolutely.
And listen, we all are. That's not the issue. I'm not saying that you don't want to know these things, because obviously you do because you want to be here. And I'm not even saying that you haven't tried to take in some of the stuff, because again, you were able to speak to some of the things without knowing like the full scope of that specific thing. What I'm saying is, if you are claiming to actually go talk to people and you don't have all of the information, you have bits and pieces. Like if you were talking to someone that didn't know the actual answers to the questions that I just had, and you were trying to tell them that, you would be passing on misinformation. You get what I'm saying?
So what did I say that was wrong?
Well, you talked about.
I mean, I had a full answer that you're looking for. What did I say that was? Go ahead.
Yeah. So the reason why I said misinformation is because you're passing on information that is not accurate, but you're not trying to do it in the intentions of deceiving people, right? That's why I didn't say disinformation. But when it comes to the misinformation, you sitting here talking about, oh, well, race was created so they could marginalize Black people. No, race was created as a social construct for the othering of non-white people to create a free and cheap labor class, i.e. chattel slavery. That, like, race was created to justify chattel slavery. It wasn't created for like marginalized people and saying, oh, you're less than. Yes, they use those marginalizations. You're hyper animalistic, you're hypersexual. Yes, they use that as justification for the Papa Bulls, but that wasn't the basis of the actual reason for race. The basis was they wanted a free and cheap labor class.
And I didn't. I said to separate people and to make other. Yeah. Okay. I didn't use that term. Yeah, you're right.
And but what I'm saying is, the point that I'm getting across is, like, you had some kernels of truth, and I'm not saying that you were willfully trying to spread information that was wrong, because that's disinformation, but that's misinformation because you were speaking on the things and there's some truth in what you were saying, but it's not accurate. And that's my entire point.
Well, okay. I didn't have. I didn't give the full answer. I gave half the answer, a third of the answer, maybe, I guess.
Which, again, if you're going and you're having these conversations with people, then you have these conversations. Let's say you talk to someone and you tell someone that, and they're open and they're receptive to it, and they take that, and then they take that information and have someone else have a conversation with someone else about it, and they pass that information on, right? One of the most powerful things that we have is word of mouth, right? And passing on that type of information without it being accurate is harmful.
Well, let me ask you this. If somebody took that, just the basic of what I said, that it was where they were, they created these separations to put other people's down. If they took just that alone and shared that, how could that harm someone? If they at least have the understanding that that it was done maliciously to separate people, how would that alone harm somebody?
Because then they fall into the trap of thinking that race and racism is about hate, which it's not. So many people say, oh, I'm not racist because I don't hate this person. Racism has nothing to do with hate. Yes, hate can be a factor of racism, but hate is not the driving factor for racism. That's how. And so people started to think like, well, as long as I don't hate these people, I'm not racist. As long as we stop hating people, then racism doesn't exist. That's not what it is.
I can see what you're saying. I can understand where you're coming from on that.
Yeah. So that's my entire point. Like, you have to work on ensuring that you actually have those things that are necessary. Sorry, I just got distracted by something.
Right. No, you're fine. And when I say I actively have these conversations, what I mean by that is it's successful Black people in my life that I listen to their perspective, because I can't tell them my perspective. Me telling them my perspective is pointless in this conversation. No, I wouldn't say pointless, but it's not of as value as them telling me their perspective and their lived experiences. So I do a lot more listening when it comes to those conversations than sharing, because my perspective, I already know my perspective. I already know what all I know. I want to know what they know. I want to know. That's why I listen, and I very rarely come up here because I do more. Yeah, and I poke fun in the comments just to somewhat troll. But the only benefit for me is to listen to this.
Right. And what I'm saying, I'm not saying that you shouldn't get something from listening to people. Like, that's not the point that I'm getting across. The point that I'm getting across is, at a certain point, you have to just stop listening to people and go do the work for yourself.
Right. And I would say a lot of the stuff I do, you said part of combating white supremacy is educating myself. So I would say that's a part of it. And I mean, I'm not going to, I'm sure this is going to be viewed as tokenization, and that's not the way I view it. I do.
But if you know that, then why do it? Like, if you already know it, then don't do it. Just don't do it.
Okay. Then let me ask you this. If you ask me what do I do to combat white supremacy, and I give you an example of something I do with an organization, is that me tokenizing that organization?
No, that's you answering. Okay. That's you answering the question. You tokenizing, saying that, oh, well, I got a Black friend and I help my Black friend out on a daily basis. That's tokenization. Right. But if I'm saying, like, what do you do to combat white supremacy on a daily basis? Well, one thing that I'm doing is I advocate for I work and I do that. No, those are two different things. So, like, if that's what you were hitting at, then no, that's a difference between what you're saying.
Well, I'll tell you something that I've done for years, and you tell me if you tell me your thoughts. And maybe I don't even view it the same way because I don't come from that culture. I work with a Black organization that coaches Little League football. Mm-hmm. I'm one of the only white guy. I'm one of the only white guys in the organization. One of like two. My son plays for one of the teams, and I do it because I want to involve myself in this group of people. I know I've had somewhat, I feel, of a calling to understand more and learn more. And I also think of it as a way for those young men that we're teaching and coaching to see all white people aren't the same. We're not all just mean bastards that's out to get you. Would you say that's the wrong way for me to look at that?
Yeah.
Okay.
But the only reason I say that, right, is not because like of what you're quote unquote hoping to do or whatever, but it still goes back to what I was saying. If you don't have the actual basis and information, and you're not properly equipped to not only deal with these conversations, but be able to actually directly connect, and you haven't worked on deconstruction, and you don't know the additional factors, then you're being ineffective. And whether you try or whether you intentionally try to be harmful or you unintentionally are harmful, like, harm still happens.
Where would you say that I could potentially, and I'm being very sincere because mm-hmm. the harm is not my intention. Mm-hmm. Where would you say me just being an example of a good human, of a good man, and trying to be I mean, some of these kids look up to me as a father figure because some of them don't have fathers at home. Where would you say that I could possibly be causing harm there?
Telling people that you're a father figure because they don't have fathers at home.
No, I said they
like I mean that's unintentional harm. But regardless, like let me try to help be a little bit more specific. So I don't know what you are or are not doing with them on a daily basis and how that works. But a lot of people, like one of my favorite quotes is, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And one thing that people like, I run through with people to try to understand or get a level of their understanding of like race and racism and all this other stuff is I say, hey, can white people experience racism? And then they say, well, sure, yeah, everyone can experience racism. You know, I think racism is bad, and like we just need to stop everyone from being affected by racism, right? And so the point that I'm getting to then becomes like, oh, you're unintentionally being harmful because then you're validating like people who can experience racism that and telling them that they can. And so then they turn around and they weaponize that and say, well, you're being racist, not understanding what race nor racism is, but just think that someone being mean is racism. Someone calling them a name is racism. And I try to tell people all the time, racism is much more than calling a name or just being mean.
Right. I agree with you 100%. I don't oppose any of your stance on that. I mean, I agree with you 100% on the concept of whether or not white people can be whether or not white people can experience racism. I'm 100% on your with your understanding of that.
All right. And so again, I don't know what you do on a day-to-day basis, but a lot of people think that they have good intentions. And then they say that because like or the one that people are like, hey, do you see color? And there's like, of course not. We're all the same. Like I get the sentiment behind what you're trying to say, but like you're invalidating people. So that's the point that I'm getting across is like if you won't properly educate yourself, then whether intentionally or unintentionally, you can cause harm.
Well, and I say the same thing to people when people say that. When I hear white people tell me that, I say, for you to say that, that's why you like kind of like what you're saying. That sounds good in theory. Mm-hmm. However, when you say you don't see color, you're saying you don't see their culture. You're saying you don't see the type of people they are, the types of they do things different. Their culture is different. And for you to say you don't see color, it's like you don't see their culture behind the culture behind their color. You're not seeing from their point of view and understanding the perspective. For you to say you don't see color means you don't see them.
Yeah, it's about lived experiences and the fact that we don't all have the lived experiences. And like I was telling someone last night, it's okay to acknowledge that people have different lived experiences. Like you have to actually break through that premise that, oh, like everything is just all the same and everyone. No, like, yes, we live in a society, a society of social constructs, and there are hierarchies, and like dismantling those social constructs and hierarchies is super important. But the only way that we can do that is by acknowledging them, knowing them, and then actively fighting them. So like that's the point.
100%. Can I ask you something? Somebody, and I'm not arguing with people in the comments. I want to make sure I'm not saying something wrong. Someone said they don't like me using the term culture in this context. Would you? I mean, and somebody else said race is not the same as culture, and I agree with that 100%. But does it not? Is there not a correlation there? So I mean, obviously, the way white people do things and the way black people do things are different, and a lot of is that not culture? Am I saying that wrong?
I didn't drag you on the semantics because I feel like there's more importance to having a deeper conversation about the substance versus like the specific semantics of what you're saying. Yes, there is a difference. I just didn't feel like it was necessary to call it out in this moment during the conversation we're having. When it comes to those lived experiences, it's much deeper than just culture. And like culture can be shared across races just because like, you know, we live in such a amalgamation of society, and Black people have like culture in the sense of we create our own culture, and then a lot of people indulge in our culture and share and steal our culture. So like culture can be like different because of a multitude of things. And so like when the point is really being able to say that we have different lived experiences, and those different lived experiences exist.
All right, and when I guess so, just to give you, so maybe when I the context I'm using the word culture in is we do funerals different, we do barbecues different, we do family reunions different, and it's, I would say from my understanding, and you could tell somewhat in the Black community there's a shared unity in a lot of those things that white people just do differently, and obviously one's not bad by any means, but it's different. Would you consider that culture?
So like there's two different things, right? You can define culture in a way of like, let's say hip hop culture, right? Hip hop culture was created by Black people and has been used and taken and, you know, done by different races, not only within the US, but around the world, right?
And it's been bastardized. I agree.
Yeah. So that's a form of culture. But then there's also a form of culture that's actually ingrained into like certain groups. Question for you. Have you ever seen like a group of Black people that like they may be like laughing at something and they have like these really big reactions? They might like run off laughing and all this other stuff. They have like these huge reactions and like, you know, they could be hanging around, they, you know, run and like start bending over. Have you ever seen something like that?
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it I've seen it in other races too, but yes. But
you know why Black people do that specifically?
I don't.
Have you ever heard the term barrel full of laughs?
I've heard the term, yes.
Do you know where that comes from?
No.
Black people, the premise of Black joy and Black people being happy and sharing laughs was such a disdain within our country and our society that Black people could literally be killed for expressing joy in public. What up, Peach? W's in the chat for Peach. So if Black people were seen laughing and smiling and doing those types of things, they could literally lose their lives. And so what they used to have were these things called laughing barrels, where if Black people experience something funny or joyful or whatever, instead of them doing the laughter and everything in public, they would run to these barrels, stick their heads in the barrel and hide their laughter. So it became an ingrained thing within Black people when they had those big, loud, massive expressions. It's derived from our ancestors who had to run and find ways to hide their laughter, barrels full of laugh. So that's Black culture, but that's not the culture that we share with other people. So you can say, oh, I see that with other people. It's not the same. Yes, sure, people can have like knee slappers and all this other stuff. But when you see Black people doing that today, it derives from what we've been through and how the culture works.
I'm looking that up. Would you say, it looks like that it also was before that too, though. I mean, it says there was a phrase, a barrel of fun began in the 1890s. And then, but its association with laughing barrels became a cultural context during the Jim Crow era.
Mm-hmm. I'm not talking about the point wasn't to talk about the phrase. It was to talk about the actual context of what was happening.
But no, I appreciate you sharing that, because no, I never, but
yeah, you're breaking up. But the point that I was just making is like there's like when you say culture, that's why people might have been saying that in the comments, because I think it lacks the understanding and I didn't think it was important enough for us to stop and talk about it. But since you brought it there, that's fine. The bigger thing is just understanding that people have different lived experiences, and it's important to acknowledge those lived experiences and to be able to like fight through that and dismantle the different systems together. That's the point.
Yeah, I don't host live. I very rarely host a live, but I used to have a live that I ran for a while, and it had a background that said privilege is the ability to not accept something because it doesn't affect you, or to not acknowledge a problem that exists because it doesn't affect you. So no, I get that. Look, I'm 100% understanding of what you're saying there.
Yeah.
Not that I when I say 100%, I acknowledge it. I don't understand it because as much as I can. That's not living it, obviously.
Yeah, no, for sure. Anywho, listen, I'm gonna let you go. I appreciate you coming up. I've unmuted you so you can yap in the chat again. But thank you for coming up.
Appreciate it.
All right, have a good one.
No problem.
Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you'd like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you are, it was an extremely long Excel. If you are over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Let's see here. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yeah, I disagree with some.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Sent your request. Sorry.
Yeah, I disagree with the background. No, you're good, baby.
Okay. Which point do you disagree with on the background? Please don't call me baby. Sorry.
I'm a Black woman. It's how we speak.
That's fine,
like,
but
it's just an endearing term.
I know, and you know, I'm a Black man, and so I understand the term, but I just said, please don't call me that, and that's why I said please. I didn't do anything mean or whatever. That's why I said please.
I guess for me, I disagree because I feel like as a party, and especially as Black people, and saying all white men or all white people need to be out of power does not seem like it's going to move us along. And it feels like every time I'm watching your live, you typically would choose. I don't know how to explain it, so I'm going to let that be because I'm not trying to come off harsh. It's more so good. Like, as a party, I want to actually us build a better coalition and talking stance because it feels like we're just playing victim cards.
Okay, so wait, just to clarify, which point on the background do you disagree with?
I guess it's the way you word the points when people say things about like all white men or deconstructing white people, like people need to deconstruct.
Yeah, but that's not the actual points on the background.
I'm not tap dancing. I'm trying to actually move us better. You said white men.
I'm sorry. I don't know who said anything about.
I don't equate white men with just nothing but power, and I find it very contradicting. The fact that on your stance on that.
Okay, but you're like that topic's not for you. I'm sorry. Like white men only care about power or nothing but power. That's a topic for white men. So just like I don't let white people come and talk about the Blaga/FBA topic because that's not for them, or I don't let them talk about the white woman, white supremacy topic. I don't let them talk about them. So I guess
it's a topic for me because we are Democrats and we're trying to move as a Democratic party.
Right.
And you're standing as a forefront, right? Just like MAGA has actually. The people that are in Congress for MAGA aren't the ones that's really building a coalition. The people that are really building coalition are these people that you see as social media people. Those are the people who are building coalitions to help the movement move better. I think if we're
can I actually finish my sentence before you cut me off? Thank you.
Sure.
So with that being said, I think the topic that you're aiming for that I want to talk to you about is moderate Democrats don't care about our country, because I think that's where you fall. So that's where we should lock in this conversation. Is that can we agree on that?
I am more center left, and it's not just you're just trying to change my stance or my pinpoint so you can speak in whatever narrative you want to. But in reality, I'm trying to.
How am I trying to change your pinpoint if I'm telling you that
movement as a Democrat?
Yeah, I hear you. How am I trying to change your pinpoint if I'm telling you that's not the topic that I'm going to allow you to speak on, because I create boundaries for people that come up here. And just like I would not let white men talk about the white women topic or the Blaga topic, that I'm not going to let you, a Black woman, talk about the white man topic or the white woman topic. Like it's not me changing anything. It's me making sure you understand the boundaries. So you are a quote unquote center left Democrat, so we can talk about that.
Yes, but to say that the crazy thing is I don't really see MAGA right? As a movement being like, these white nationalists can't stand with us at all. We can't, you don't see white MAGA or people that are probably like a Christian nationalist sit there and say, the white nationalists are destroying us instead of actually building conversations and having communications. Like, to be honest with you,
you literally do see that.
But you don't see it as heavy in media. You don't see them people really going as hard.
Who is Nick Fuentes?
Being more friendly.
Who is Nick Fuentes?
I'm already sure that there is a little bit of divide, but
Question for you.
They're
Who
not
is Nick Fuentes?
them. A freaking crazy man.
Okay.
To put it in short, I'm not about to go into the stance.
What's Nick Fuentes' stance?
You cut me off, and I try to give you respect for cutting me off.
What's Nick Fuentes' stand? What's Nick Fuentes' stand on MAGA?
Y'all not actually equally respectful.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'm sorry. I don't care about
to throw in a parts. I know you don't care, and that's the problem. And if you're saying that I sit,
I'm muting you. You've come up here and you've tried to break the boundaries of the live. This entire time, I've tried to get us to set within the parameters of the live. The only thing, like the point that I've been trying to get to is understanding what do you disagree with on the background to ensure that there's a debate, because then I was going to thank some people because I need to catch up on thank yous. But this entire time, you've tried to point and obfuscate to certain things that we weren't even talking about. And so I'm trying to center and focus the actual debate so we can have a debate, but I have a structure and a flow as far as how I do things. So if you don't want to be here, then you're more than free to leave. But if you want to be here, then please respect the boundaries of the live, just like I require everyone else to respect the boundaries of the live. Sending you a request to come off mute to see if you have the ability to do that.
I want to thank your followers. You're just being an asshole. So just thank your followers and we can get back into the conversation. I respect it, you making money.
W's in the chat for Sherry. Sherry sent a $50 YouTube super chat to say, hey, Santana, I'm sorry I'm late, but I didn't expect to come in to this op. Yeah, it was interesting. It was an interesting conversation, but I'm glad that we actually ended up having it. Thank you so much for that $50 YouTube super chat. W's in the chat for Fashi. Fashi sent a $7 YouTube super chat to say, may the first be with you. JK, good to see you, Mr. Santana. Good to see you as well. I'm so happy that you are here, and may the first be with you as well. W's in the chat for Sherry, who sent a $20 YouTube super chat to say, hear me out. We don't need assault weapons handed out so willy-nilly. It's better to have an actual law in the books about them. What's the problem with that? You know what? I would be okay with that as well. Making it a little tougher to get it versus just banning it. Like, I think all of those are logical. W's in the chat for Mr. Flinch for the $5 super chat to say, why is she pivoting? Stay on point. Yeah, we're going to try to make sure that we're on point. W's in the chat for Angie for the $2 donation saying, does Tim cuddle his guns? It's sick of people. No, it's sick. People care more about their guns over people. My opinion, ban all guns, take NRA out of politics. I'm a DV gun survivor. I know that's right. Listen, I think people don't understand the level of relationships that other people have with guns and how that works. And I think that people just get to the point where they're like, oh, not my guns. And they're willing to sacrifice any and everything else for it. It's a thing. Deb's in chat for Karen for the $5 donation saying, if people have a hard time reading physical books, listen to audiobooks. It's an excellent way to intake information without having to stop what you're doing. It's okay to accommodate yourself for that. Yeah, I completely agree. Like, that's the best thing that you can actually do. Dubs in the chat for Natalie, who sent a $2.58 YouTube super chat to say, can I pitch a question? If there's a UK creator, is there any UK creator or any chat that you know that are good to follow for racial disparities? I follow you and a few other American-based creators, but I need some UK ones so I can do my. I don't know of any, but I think Swan is live at the moment. But when Swan comes in, I will check with her. Athena, all right, Kobe, she's awesome. She's not in the UK though, but she's European based. Debbie's in chat for Manders for the $1 donation, saying for the education. I'm sorry, for the $10. Sorry, Manders. Holy shit. Debbie's in chat for Manders for the $10 donation, saying for the education. 45-year-old, and I had no clue the true history of Barrel Full of Laughs. Makes me wonder if Barrel Full of. Yep. Not going to say that one, Manders, but absolutely yes. Yes, it is. Debbie's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation, saying, haven't heard back from the interview, but got another one for a position with the university. Let's fucking go. And I need good vibes, guys. Million W's in the chat for Jared. You got this one, bro. You got it. Lock the fuck in. Own it. You got it. Good luck. W's in chat for all the donos. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Before we get back into the debates, I want to make sure that I clearly set the parameters of this debate. And this isn't for the guests. This is for the chat. This is for the chat. This is for each and everyone in the chat that's listening, for the people that are at the sound, within the sound of my voice. I want to be very, 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 very clear with this. No matter if we agree or disagree with the person that's on the panel, no matter if things get, heated or whatever the case may be, or blah, blah, blah. I don't care what happens. I'm setting the boundary, and I want everyone to know I haven't solved this, but I know how these things go. If there is any misogynoir in the chat, you will be muted. My mods will be on it. I'm going to be watching the chat. I don't care if you agree or disagree. There will be no misogynoir in the chat. If anyone doesn't know what that is, that's the intersect of misogyny and racism. There will be none of that. All right. So you got a bit of background noise. I don't know if
it's because I'm working. It's over, baby. I mean, okay. Love, whatever. Force a habit.
Yeah. Can you tell me why you disagree with the point that moderate Democrats don't care about our country?
Yeah, because when I started doing research, right, I'm actually very versed in a lot when it comes on the history of Dems and all this stuff. I don't feel, and I listen to people like Destiny. I know many people don't like him. I kind of fell off, but then I started following his court case because I like to read these things and start seeing facts. So I have things where I disagree with him, but for the most part, when it comes down to policy-wise, I definitely agree more because I'd rather get to the facts. I don't care about appealing to emotions. Feel like that's low-key what MAGA is doing. That's good to do for people who are ignorant, but people who are straight, it's more factual-based. I want our policies to align, and I'd rather us not pick on each other the way that we are doing to the level that we're doing. I feel like we should have more of a agree to disagree, but as long as our policies and our goals actually align, there's going to be more, it's going to bring a better outcome for us. Because even though you bring up like Nick Flynn's ass and all that stuff, the way that they start realigning or they try to do certain things is, I'm okay when your policies align with what I'm saying, because at the end result, we're getting this. But when Dems are in office, we tend to make alignments and policies that are not just better for the Black community. They're not only better for everyone, but if we focus on real life, figuring out the root of racism, knowing that every culture has its own upbringing or way of going about things because of their other sufferings from other places, all come together with knowing facts of the shit and then making policies based off of the facts that we know and not all this boo-hoo, wee-wee crap that both sides do. Because now we got fucking MAGA being stupid and all white men telling us, we're so down bad. And then you have us Dems, especially as Black Democrats, sometimes it's like I've been told you talk the way you talk because the colonizers got to you. But it's like, I'm saying what I've read from history and not from the sides of the colonizers, but the other side too, because you got to know both sides to know the truth. I don't think center-left people by majority are doing things to hurt America. I I even kind of respect that Destiny would do better at trying to open up and have those discussions and those debates with other Democrats who are more far left than he is. And most of
at some point
you
got to stop talking. Like I'm trying to sit here patiently so I can respond to what you're saying, but you can't steamroll.
I got you. You did too, but I'm gonna let you have it. That was actually all I had to say. That was it.
Okay,
you
so perfect.
Have to cut me off.
So I want to talk about a couple of different things. One, Destiny is a horrible piece of shit. Like, period. Full stop. While Destiny may have some things that I align with politically, Destiny is a horrible piece of shit. And so you putting him up as some type of bastion or champion of like respectability politics.
I didn't say that. I said I disagree with.
Did you see how I sat here quietly? Did you see how I sat here quietly while you spoke and didn't interrupt you?
Yeah, steamrolled.
Yeah, I did. No. And now you're muted. Like I literally don't know what you think is happening here, but I want to be very clear. I am clearly setting a boundary. I sat quietly and waited for you to speak. And yes, I did cut you off because you were moving on to the next point and the next point and the next point. I'm creating a boundary. I won't interrupt you. You won't interrupt me. But neither one of us will go on and on and on without an endpoint. Now, what I was saying is holding Destiny up to be some type of bastion of what the political left should be or anything like that is absolutely incorrect. Destiny is a horrible piece of shit, and the trial that he is going through is indicative of who he is as a person. And so while I may agree with some of his premises when it comes to the left politics, Destiny has shown himself to be someone that is not only harmful, but who cares more about power than he cares about people. That's why he openly slurs. Like, that's why he is who he is. So no, I don't find utility in people who don't have some level. Morals are subjective. I said all the time, some levels of moral. But I think even more of what you said was really important. You said that you're a historian, you look at history, blah, blah, blah. Cool. Can you tell me, in the last 60 years, name one piece of legislation that the Republican Party has passed that has overwhelmingly benefited all Americans more so than the ultra wealthy?
Okay, first of all, I'm not putting Destiny on. I'm going to go point by point from the beginning to the end. I'm not putting Destiny on a pedestal. Like I said, just to clarify, in case you misheard, I agree with him more politically than I do as a person. And of course, you haven't followed the trial, but you would know that the other party is actually fucking up. And I'm talking about actually reading through certain things that is already.
I don't give a fuck about talking about now, Destiny character.
I don't care.
Sorry.
You did already. You already did already.
No, so I responded to you. Can you please answer the question?
Let me get to the second part. Yeah, this is a linear conversation, like what Dean likes to say, right? So I'm gonna go point by point. I'm gonna address the first thing and I'll address the second thing. That was the first thing done. Let's address the second thing. Okay. Thing is, I don't think Republicans are good for America or Black people. I'm not supporting them. I don't know what you thought. I don't think they're doing anything. I'm talking about Democrats as a party. So let's get back to the points that I'm saying and let's listen and try to be more respectful, because I'm literally saying, to me, we're on the same team. How do we find a common goal? And how do we stop being over here victim crying all the time? My point. And in some ways, we have every right to be mad. But the thing is, I don't want to sit here and be like, well, all white people are horrible. All of this, as a moderate center left person who only goes for Democrat, we're probably about the same age. I'm not going to fall in line with the Republican crap. I'm talking about how do we actually build a better coalition and talk to people? How do we have more empathy? Because it's like, I was actually going to join here and be more respectful, but this shit kind of started going wonky. Time for that. Actually, just hope that you'll hear me out and we can actually come up with some thoughts. Like, It's a lot better. And that's all I have. You don't have to be like I'm talking too fucking much.
Okay, so the reason why I brought up the point as far as what the Republican Party has done in the last 60 years is to actually talk about the issue, not the meta. So getting to the heart of the issue, since we can both agree that the Republican Party hasn't passed any type of legislation to benefit the everyday American more so than the everyday American more so than the ultra wealthy. Can you tell me, in your study of history, in the last, let's say, 30 years, what do you think is the most beneficial piece of legislation that the Democratic Party has passed that benefits everyday Americans more so than the ultra wealthy?
So I like to always be a fact-based person. I'm going to make sure I serve you.
And you're kind of cutting in and out. I can't hear what you just said.
Just to make sure I say more fact, I'm going to look up before I say it just to make sure it's within that time.
Okay. While she looks this up, the information. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Think whoever. No, you can go ahead and think whatever. I don't care.
No. I was just trying to give you time to look up whatever you're looking at. And again, I don't know if it's like if you're connected to a Bluetooth or you're walking away, but like every other word, it sounds like you're stepping in and out. I can't really hear you. But I was just gonna say, while she verifies or looks up whatever she needs, guys, make sure that we're tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 300,000 likes, please, please, please. Also, if you like to support the live,
I'm not a MAGA supporter. This is crazy.
If you'd like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out, guys. Make sure you're hitting that thumbs up. Hitting that thumbs up will help push the VOD out and get more people here. For anyone that is watching or wants to request up, guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. I think one of my mods muted you guys. Don't worry about muting from the comment section. I got it. If there's a case of we need to mute anyone on the panel, I got that. I will request that you please don't talk to the chat. You're up here on the panel with me. So like you don't have to address the things that are being said in the chat or commenting in the chat either. Were you able to look up what you would?
Yeah, I already looked it up. I said you can go ahead and thank your people.
I didn't have anyone. I was just giving you time, but perfect. What would you say over the last 30 years, the most influential piece of legislation that has been passed for by the Democrats that benefit the average American more so than the ultra wealthy?
All right, for me, one of them is going to be Crown Act because I actually had to use this for school before. So to me personally, is right now I would say Crown Act is going to be one.
I agree that like the Crown Act was super beneficial because it specifically helped Black people within the workplace. But again, I'm looking for something I'm looking for something that is like overwhelmingly beneficial to everyday Americans more so than the ultra wealthy.
All right, give me a second.
Yep.
Then we can say fucking Inflation Reduction Act, even though, I mean, no matter what we're going to do, it still technically helps.
Can we, how about the ACA, right? ACA, it helped millions of Americans get access to healthcare. It's been something that's been beneficial. Can we agree on the ACA was like a monumental piece of legislation that overwhelmingly benefited people?
I can agree with that.
Okay, perfect.
I'm a freaking Democrat.
Perfect. All right. So now, what do you know what the original intention of the ACA was?
Enlighten me.
The original intention of the ACA was to be a stepping stone for universal health care. So the question I have for you now is, can you tell me what the Democratic Party, the moderate Democrats, the people that have been in control, what have they done to actually advance the ACA since the implementation of it?
Not much, because I really feel like, if I be really honest with you, I think would have been a smart movement for Democrats to move on is being able to subsidize certain education in order and to do things like subsidizing education to be an actual doctor, because we want to make sure that we have enough doctors if we do universal health care. And I like to study other places that do universal health care. What do they do to win and what do they do to fail? So I think as a movement, again, my whole point is of getting on here is because I think as Democrats, we need to actually move together more evenly and stop calling everyone MAGA just because they don't feel as sensitive about every emotional feeling as everyone else. So subsidizing schooling, make sure we have more doctors.
You're not answering the question. You're going off on a tangent that has nothing.
I already said nothing.
So if perfect, then I haven't said. I'm not saying. Yeah, I didn't. That's not a part of the conversation. I'm not saying.
You only want your answer. You don't want to hear someone else talk. Okay, fine.
I'm literally trying to take you down a dialogue train. I'm trying to take you through a thought process and saying what would they do or what they should have did. That is absolutely moot. That's why the question was, can you tell me what they've done to actually improve the ACA since its inception? So yes, we can agree the answer is nothing. Perfect. So if the point of the ACA was to actually...
You only want to talk about your point. You don't want to actually listen or hear anything else somebody else has to say. So I'm going to stop talking. You go ahead and go in your rant. No, go ahead. Do your thing. Only talk about what you want to talk about.
Yeah, I'm going to mute you. I've literally been trying to hold your hand and walk you through the actual information about why I say the things that I say. And it's not about me wanting to talk about the things that I want to talk about. Yes, I want to talk about the background because that's the point of the background. Your entire premise is the way that we speak to not only other people, but people within our party, and how we need to be more center left and how we need to come together and blah, 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 blah. And the point that I'm trying to drive to is to show you how your position of being center left and saying that we need to be more mindful and watch the way that we speak and all of that does nothing to actually benefit the United States. That's the entire point that I'm trying to drill home. When you talk about Republicans, they're not actively doing anything to benefit the average American and doing anything for our country. And the reason why it says on the background, moderate Democrats don't care about our country is because they are supposed to be the party of opposition. And while being the party of opposition, they do nothing but acquiesce. The point being is being conservative does nothing for the betterment of the country. And if you're not going to actively push for better safety, social safety nets and better things for American people, then none of this matters. So when I say that we don't need to come together with MAGA, and when I call out moderate Democrats, it's not because I say that people on the left have the wrong idea. I'm saying that if you are someone that is quote unquote moderate, or you feel like we need to work with them, then you're missing the point of progression. We should not be striving for the times of Obama, i.e. the ACA. We should be striving for the times of the future, i.e. universal health care. Being moderate and putting us back where we were when President Obama was in office does nothing for the betterment of the country, except it gives us an opportunity to go through the same shit that we're going through already. That's my point. But since you're so impatient and you don't want to engage with the logic train, there it is. Now, floor is yours. Can you tell me how being moderate is beneficial to the country?
First of all, I don't think everyone should be moderate. And I don't think we need to correlate with MAGA. I said we need to come together as Democrats. I think coming together all as Democrats is beneficial. You can strongman this argument all you want. But like I said, I think we should just come together as a party and be able to communicate a lot more effectively. And it's okay to agree to disagree. So I don't care if there is more far left people actually having more conversations with more people who are a little bit more moderate. You just come together. Now, I have a question for you. If we just start doing universal health care, how will we afford it as a country without going in debt? Just want to know.
Same way that we afford $1 trillion military budget and advocating for a $1.5 trillion military budget without going into debt. Just to verify, for TikTok purposes, what's your age?
I'm 30 years old.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, the same way. Like there's a multitude of studies that show if we increase it, like we can do it a few different ways. We can cut the military budget, reallocate the funds, and then use that as the basis. We could increase the taxes, right, that we currently pay. Now, if we increase the taxes currently by 3 to 5%, then everyone can have universal health care. We can start off with a public option. There's a multitude of ways to actually pay for this, just like we pay for everything else, including like the $25 billion that we spent on war for Iran, while also there's a request for $200 billion more for the war, and the increase from 1.5 to, I'm sorry, 1 trillion to $1.5 trillion.
Okay, now, you know, countries that have done that before and where their GDP is plummeted in the mix of it so far?
Yes, there's multiple countries that have created and thrived under the premise of universal health care. The difference between the United States of America and these other countries is that we don't have to actually go through the growing pains of implementing universal health care. There are multiple options of universal health care, whether it's Medicaid for all, single payer, a public payer option, or single payer that we can actually take from other countries. We can study the methodology that's been used by other countries, examine their failures, and then improve on their successes, and then actually implement it to scale in our country.
So let's restart this because we're coming on more moderate ground of what I'm actually all for. I'm just saying that the way we implement it policy-wise, I'll make this shorter and sweeter for you in your chat, okay? You want to subsidize people for schooling. A lot of other places had a problem with not having enough doctors, all right? So in certain places, I forgot the country, but they have not enough OBGYNs, everything that they're doing for the amount of people that they have to see. We need to make sure that we just have enough people with the ability to do that work. Government should come in and subsidize that for the schooling wise. We should post up.
Public options for schooling isn't public options for schooling isn't moderate stance.
Well, there is, I don't know if you know this, but there's a good amount of moderates that feel like if we're going to go this route, this is the way we should do it. I'm not like like what people in your chat are saying, like I'm not like some fake Democrat, or I'm not borderline MAGA.
I would like for you to stop talking to the chat and talk to me. Can you give me any?
I'm actually talking to them. I'm mentioning the fact.
Can you give me any member within the Democratic Party that's a moderate that has advocated for a free public option for higher education in any type of premise?
And they haven't, and that's why I said we should do better and come together and have these discussions.
Right, and my point being is that's not a moderate position.
I don't fully agree with your side like that, and I don't fully agree with the other side like that. Can you hear me, or did I lose connection?
Your phone's breaking up really bad. Yeah, I can hear you. Your phone's breaking up really bad. W's in the chat from Mocha67. Hey, Mocha67, who sent a $10 donation saying, you really do teach, and I'm grateful. I don't know about teaching, but I really do try. W's in the chat from Mocha. Debbie's in chat for Mr. Flinch for the $5 super chat to say you need to stop talking.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I think that a lot of people. Yes, I've heard you the whole time. You're actually breaking up. Debbie's in the chat for for Mr. Flinch. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say that's true, but I do think that the points are being missed for sure. Debbie's in the chat. If anyone else would like to support the live, you could do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you. It's the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send your super chat and I will read that out. I've been able to hear you this entire time. Can you hear me now? She didn't run. It's just her signal isn't good. Hey, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm at work. My job is
all good.
All right.
All good.
Okay. All I'm saying is I feel like there's a way that we can meet in the middle. And what I'm proposing is more so meet in the middle. I'm not saying we're there yet. I don't think that we're there yet. But the way that MAGA got there, or the stupid ass other side got there, was by starting off with influencers. Like how they actually started to move. And then it started to move in a political way. They actually did a lot more meets. There's so many freaking conservative think tanks. It's crazy. And I want to be able for us to start speaking. So some of these things lead into us having our own type of coalition the same way, but based off of facts. Facts, not feelings. The stupid other side likes to say nobody cares about facts. Facts don't care about feelings, but all they doing is putting themselves in their feelings. Honestly, just trying to establish and talk about things that will move into a good center, from a center left person to a far left person. If you build those bridges together, the way it should look like is talking about subsidizing. I don't care if the other people aren't doing it. You have 202. Plus people watching your shit right now, right? There's a way we can talk and we can build a coalition a lot better together, talking more policies. At the end of the day, other people are stupid and they're not going to catch it. And we need to actually be able to be more wholesome and talk about things that move us move us together, not divide us or center us away from everyone because they're just not good enough for us. I don't think that's a way that we're going to move and be more successful. Our country's in a shithole. My fiance is on deployment. I don't know when I'm going to see him. I want this shit to do better. That's it for that rant. I know you don't like when people talk too much.
I don't give a fuck about respectability politics. I don't give a fuck about holding hands with people who don't want to fight fascism. I don't give a fuck about people who think that we need to be moderate or whatever the case may be. Even if you talk about the premise of being moderate, the point that you tried to bring up as far as subsidizing school, that is not a moderate position. There is no moderate Democrat that holds that position. Not Hakeem Jeffries, not Chuck Schumer, not Cory Booker. So saying that that's a moderate stance, you're absolutely incorrect. That is a progressive stance. And you see that more so out of people like AOC, like Bernie Sanders, like Zoran Mandani. And also you see the rise of people who are being more active with being progressive. You see a push for more people being progressive, i.e. Zoran Mandani won New York, but the actual front runner, a candidate for the LA mayoralship, is a democratic socialist. So the premise that we need to somehow come together within the party and figure this out, no, we need to come together as a party and clearly define who we are. And if we're going to be the party of progression, then we have to be the party of progression, not the party of somehow funding Israel, not the party of saying that, oh, we shouldn't give. The basis of the things that you're saying is antithetical to the Democratic Party as a whole. I don't care about respectability politics. I will not have you tone police me in the way that I advocate for the things that I believe in. And regardless of whether or not you think that I'm saying things the right way to make people feel comfortable, I don't care about people feeling comfortable. I care about people doing something about that discomfort. So I would much rather have people who are pissed off at me, but pissed off enough to make a change, than the people to think that I'm palatable and say, well, maybe we'll consider it. I don't care about respectability politics. I don't care about being palatable. I want change, and I'm willing to do and say whatever it takes for change. Joanna, if you are still here, it looks like you're still loading. I might have to drop you and you can come right back up, but you're not loading in completely on my side. Oh, there you are.
Can you?
Yeah, I can. Hi, Joanna.
Whew. Hey, twin, how are you?
I'm perturbed. Not gonna hold you. I'm absolutely perturbed. So there's that. Guys, Joanna used her tag me in, which is a feature of being a subscriber over on YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, and TikTok. I'm not Instagram, but TikTok, where if I am debating someone and I don't have a friendly on the panel, you can use your tag me in by dropping it in the Discord and letting someone know that you would like to come up and debate the actual op that's on the panel. And so I'm going to give the floor to Joanna. I'm going to say a couple of quick thank yous first, and I'm going to give the floor to Joanna so she can continue the conversation. Debbie's in the chat for Kiara. Kiara sent a $5 donation saying the other day I said I was mute, but I didn't say I didn't say you can call me Cat. Still loving your lives and the information you teach. Wait, when did I say did I call you Cat? If I called you Cat, I'm so sorry. Like I really didn't mean. I just might have messed up your name, but I wouldn't have just called you that. I apologize if I did that. So sorry, Kiara. Debbie's in the chat for Kiara. Thank you so much for that $5 donation. Debbie's in the chat for Jocelyn for the $1 donation, saying another day, another person trying to tone police. Yeah, it's okay. Debbie's in the chat for all the donos, guys. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Joanna, the floor is yours.
I just want to know, so how exactly in the fuck did voting for Charlie Kirk Day by moderate Democrats help the country?
There's a lot of things I disagree with my Democrats on. That's why, yeah, I am center left on certain things, but doesn't mean I hate I don't like far left, like super far left Democrats, but here and be like, there's not certain things I truly agree with. If anything, I feel like I sit more so in the middle. So we can try to penalize me for being more aligned with certain stances, but I don't agree with all of them. I don't really find myself like even a #1 Destiny supporter or anything like that. And I'm not trying to tone police as well. I'm trying to say, what about this? Because to
you
me,
absolutely were trying to tone police.
You
Cut
feel
it the
that
fuck out.
way?
You were.
Shut the fuck up.
You were, because that's what happened. You
Saying
shut
what
the
I'm
fuck
saying,
up,
bro. I'm not here to have this wasn't even.
No, you won't. So you saying that you are on the side with them and you feel that more people should be on the side with them and come together with them. That's exactly what you're doing. If you don't agree with what they're doing, why the fuck would you want more people to join that side? It doesn't make any sense.
It's to me, I don't think you can hear, so I'm for you guys. Dems can a bit better. About this is what we talk more about. These
just to FYI, your signal's really bad, and we can barely hear every other word. Yeah.
I'm a vet tech boonies because I work big and small.
Yeah, so, no. I'm just saying that it's kind of really hard to get across what you're saying. So a lot of the stuff that you're saying, we can't even really hear.
Can you hear me better now?
We can hear you fine. Go ahead.
don't agree with the Democrats too, and I 100%, 99% of things that we're trying to say, how will we move our party together? We build a better. Yes, I may disagree. I do disagree with a lot of what Santana. Okay, but I feel like at the end of the day, he has a voice, and I want to see if we're gonna be clear. I want to see if he will be someone who is willing to talk about things with our party and stuff like that, or is it just this is an isolation test? We're gonna keep purity testing everything. Is religion genocide? If you don't say it, then I don't fuck with you. Like
no. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Explain it more.
Absolutely not. Fucking flag on the play. I have never subscribed to a purity test. I give fuck all about a purity test. I have not demanded anyone to call what's happening in Palestine a genocide, even though it is a fucking genocide. It's not a loyalty test either. I don't give a fuck about quote unquote loyalty. I care about
morals.
I don't care about the morality test. No, what I care about is the progress of people. I care about liberation. Specifically, I care about the liberation of Black people, but I care about liberation for all people. And so being able to accomplish that is more important than respectability politics. Now, if there is someone that is absolutely a piece of shit trash, like Destiny, in my opinion, then yes, I'm going to stand up and speak against that person. Yeah, that's fine. I've had personal interactions with Destiny. I don't need you to tell me about my opinions on Destiny. And I'm not just talking about his case. I'm talking about my fucking interactions with Destiny. And shit that you don't know, because I know inside baseball. So before you think that my opinion on someone like Destiny is limited to the things that you know, please understand that you and I are not the same. My point being is anyone who thinks that there is a loyalty test or a purity test or anything like that, you're fucking wrong. But I do think that there are certain things that either you are with us or you're not with us. What's happening in Palestine and throughout the global South are genocides. And if you can't acknowledge the genocide, then you can fuck off. And also,
thanks for making my point.
It's fascism. Yes, I don't give a fuck. If you're unable to understand that people are being murdered and you, for some reason, look to justify the murder, then I don't care. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck if you are unwilling to actually acknowledge fucking murder, then I don't care. But the point being, so wait, how do you feel about what's happening in Palestine?
Thanks for asking before we went.
What do you think? What do you think? Answer the question. I never said that you can fuck off if you don't have my views.
I think they're overdoing it, but I don't think. I think there are bad actors.
I don't even know what the fuck you're saying anymore. Your signal's more trash than your takes are. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna finish what I'm saying. The point being,
still better than your takes here.
They're not. Your takes are trash. The entire shit that you've been saying this entire time is trash. Your actual manners are trash. You came up here trying to fucking tone police me as I tried to make sure that there were not only clear boundaries, but respect from the chat for you as a Black woman. But you came up here and every single point you tried to steamroll. You tried to say, oh, you need to do this. You need to do that. My point stands is that I don't give a fuck about anyone who can't take a stand against murder. If you can't take a stand against murder and genocide, then why the fuck would I stand with you? If you don't have the ability to call out genocide, why should I believe that you're going to do anything that's going to help with the liberation of people, specifically Black people? If you can't call out genocide, why the fuck would I believe that you're going to lead Black liberation? That makes no sense to me. So
you're just assuming because you couldn't hear me. pretty sure you can hear me now, right?
No, I couldn't hear you because I muted you, and I muted you again. So my point being is I don't have a purity test. I don't have respectability politics. Yes, she did say overdoing it. She did say overdoing it. She like, yeah, that's fucking stupid. Anyway, the point being is for me, it's not about a purity politics or any type of morality test or any stupid shit like that. What it's about is understanding that if you can't call out, if you can't call out a genocide, then there's no way in hell that you can actually, that you care about me or my people. And if you don't care about me and my people, then I can't stand with you.
You're not the only black person here.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about what you're saying. Joanna, floor is yours.
Go ahead, so we can victim blame and we can trash me and not hear my points. Go ahead.
Shut up. We got your points a long time ago. And like Santana said, they're absolute trash.
Yes, ride him, girl. He's married, but you can ride him.
I tell you what. Hey, listen here. You're being way too fucking disrespectful. I clearly set a boundary. Shut up. I clearly set a boundary at the beginning when you came up and said, "Oh, baby," I told you, please don't do that. And then for you to make a disrespectful comment like that while also acknowledging that I am married and my wife is watching right now, you got one more, shut up. You got one more time before you can fuck all the way off. And that's being serious. You don't like my tone? Well, guess what? It just got a lot more swifty. I don't care.
Who cares?
You care. You came up here to whine and cry and complain. You care. You care because all you want to do, and because your opinions are fucking trash. Yep. Yes, your opinions are trash. You're a trash person with trash opinions. Anyway, go ahead, Joanna.
I'm trying to figure out how exactly the fuck it is that you think. First of all, you saying that MAGA was built off of social media. No, it wasn't. MAGA started with the Tea Party. That was the first iteration. It just got worse and worse and worse because people like you, center left ass, diet Republican ass, moderate Democrats did not put them in their place when they had the chance to. And now it's over. Girl, what now? Do what?
She's been a complete child. Like I'm sitting here having to try to mute her because she doesn't have impulse control, so she can't stop speaking because she's clearly someone who lacks impulse control. No wonder you came up here singing the praises of Destiny. Like surprise. Shut up. Surprise. You sung the praises of Destiny. Your actual premise aligns with a rapist. Anyway, go ahead and finish, Joanna.
What a rapist?
What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, who hurt you?
This is a joke at this point because your chat's rude, you're rude, and all of this doesn't feel like what I...
You've been rude this entire time. No one cares about your hurt feelings.
Yes, I got
you. Yeah. Cry harder, Snowflake. Cry harder. No one cares about your hurt feelings when you've been the entire issue this entire time. That's you. You're a snowflake. Anyway, go ahead and finish, Joanna.
Crazy.
And the gag is,
what's the gag?
I do not like having contentious conversations specifically with Black women on the internet, and Santana doesn't either. That's why he gave you 8 billion miles of grace. I came up here and you immediately told me to shut the fuck up. You were disrespectful to Santana when you first got up here. You've been disrespectful to every boundary he set, including the one by not yapping in the chat. It is disrespectful when he tells you to stop doing that bullshit and you keep doing it. Aside from your disrespect and all of your childish antics, yeah, you did keep doing it. Once again, how exactly is aligning yourself with people who align themselves with fascism and white supremacy on multiple levels going to be helpful for the majority of this country, especially for people who look like all three of us, specifically for Black women? How?
All right. On a serious note, it's mainly because I feel like as a Democrat, we should be moving this shit differently. I'm not as far left, so I can't say that I'm like far left. I feel like I'm more of a left, center left Democrat who has more of a progressive view, because I do actually care how other people feel. I care about what do you feel like your hurt is, because say if I wanted to help a politician canvas, I would want to listen to what these people saying their issues are. I don't want to sit here and appease other people and care less about that, but I do want to know just what the root of the issue is. So I like history so much. I don't want to sit here and care about what everyone feels, what actually happened, and how do we gain success. So yeah, I'm a center-left Democrat with more progressive views. I don't like everything they do. I don't like even everything, like I said already, the far left does. That's what I'm saying.
What exactly has the far left done in current American politics?
I don't like a lot of the rhetoric and some of how it doesn't feel like it's about policies or reasonable things. I don't like some socialists at all.
That you want to go off feelings. You said what they've done. So what have they done?
Again, they've talked more about feelings than realistic policies. It's all about doing, if you don't like I said, a lot of them, I wasn't even talking about Santana when I said this, but a lot of far left will do things like a purity test.
You did specifically mention Santana and the things he said, so don't say that.
Before, but not in the specific one that I'm saying.
You didn't say purity test.
Yeah, because somebody said purity. Somebody said it's not no, that's not what I said. Purity test. I said, okay, if it's not a purity test, somebody in the comments who said it's not. We don't vote for a purity test. We want morality. It's about morality, not purity, right? So I was like, all right, if this is a morality testing, I don't think that's necessarily going, like, I want it to be a fact testing. Do you know the fucking facts here? And then let's move on. Let's get the facts right. And if you can't set the facts right, you're fucking delusional, stay over there. That's how I would rather move as a party, because certain things that are center left have their facts right, their policies sound right, but then they go right back into delusional about other shit, of other facts that they want to ignore, right? And then the far left, because they ignoring them to counteract that, they'll over extreme it and be like, every Black person is so disenfranchised. There's no such thing as systematic racism and racism. They're all just one thing, even though the definition says or on it can be a system or it can be a person being an asshole. Let's talk about the systematic racism instead of calling everything racist so we can fucking fix a system. That's how I look at it. So I'm not as far left as going to say every Black person just sucks and we're so hurt and we're so bad. I would say they have us fucked up and there's things that we can do to come together to help us, because when they help, especially if they help Black women, they help everybody. We know this, but child mortality. When they actually gave a fuck about us, those white bitches had babies too. Okay? And it was good.
Please don't say the B word up here on my platform.
Oh,
please
I'm sorry.
Don't do that.
This is TikTok. Okay.
It's not about TikTok, it's about my platform. I don't do that. I don't say that word, and I don't let people call women that on my platform.
Okay, I'm sorry. These other white women can have babies with no problem. Okay? I look at what is going to help benefit us overall. I do care. I even listen to like MAGA side, and I think they're all stupid and delusional, but let me hear the root of your problem. Okay, now I heard enough. Let me just see historically. And you're absolutely right. They started their coalition way back. I've been looking into certain things that they would do, pulling people out of certain colleges that went to there, and then having you part of a conservative think tank. Yes, they have done things, but the way they did it for the lame person, like someone like me who I work about 200 hours every 2 weeks, okay? I don't necessarily have full, and I'm in school to be a vet. I don't really have as much time to do as much studying. I have a privilege that I have an ability to get that study done, but not the normal person, especially with these gas prices up. So when I have the time to fucking do deep down research that I have done, I've seen Destiny, who we hate, I guess, has done. These things to me were important. Who just has the facts?
Just an FYI, at some point you have to land your plane so Joanna can respond, because you're spamming like a lot of stuff.
I did it, baby. Y'all just
Please stop calling me baby. I've said this. I've said this multiple times. Please stop doing that.
Right, girl. Joanna, you're right. It's such a force of habit. Okay, sorry, Santana. Damn, I almost did it again. Look, all right, now we got to tone police me.
It's not about tone policing you. It's a boundary of mine. And I keep saying that I have no interest in anyone calling me baby if it's not my wife. And that's just me clearly saying, please don't call me that.
So what you did and everything that you said was not really a fuck thing, because you said originally that you didn't like what some of the people on the far left, as if there's a far left in American politics. There isn't, but that's a different conversation. You said that you didn't like the things that the far left did. And when I asked you to expound on those things that you didn't like that they did, you talked about the things that they said and the way that they said them. So once again, what exactly has whoever it is that you consider the far left done in American politics?
All right, I'm going to use one of my favorite quotes on this. I'm going to hold your hand with a paper towel when I say this. They don't have enough power. They don't have enough power. It was just a freaking joke, man. God damn. Calm down, baby. All I'm saying is, yeah, give me a second. Just take a breath. We're too defensive. I already was defensive. That's why I was making all those ignorant jokes, because y'all is kind of annoying me. So I'm going to get to the point now, okay? What I'm saying is they don't have enough power. There's not, most of who makes up a lot of this far left to me would be somebody like fucking Hassan Parker and some other black people who have their own type of they don't have the power. They don't have the power.
So what have they done?
Oh my God.
So what have they done?
I don't think we're listening to what my whole point was. My whole point is saying, as a Democratic Party, we need to come together. I don't agree with some people in my party, right? And I'm not talking about anyone in power. I'm talking about the lame people, the people who matter. We matter more than the fucking government.
Are you saying lay?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Sorry. Go ahead and finish your point.
All right. What I'm saying is the average Joe doesn't necessarily have the ability to have this information or the ability to do anything. And most of those people are the ones that are screaming. Certain people in MAGA, the ones that say the most crazy shit, don't always end up in power, okay? And then, or they will start electing people who are to put them in power based off of this rhetoric that they've grown a coalition around, right? I don't want us to end up in the same boat and kind of so off wheel we're around the delusional people who don't want to stick to the facts. Okay?
All right, let me...
So no, they don't have power.
Okay, that's fine. Let me say this to the chat real quick. Chat, two things. Number one, for people that are spamming in the comment section saying drop her, that's not how we do things here. You guys, we don't...
Me. I gotta go anywhere.
Just give me a second. People saying drop her, like, you guys know that you got just spamming drop her is not how we do things here. You guys, we don't demand people to be dropped. That's not how we run things on the platform. Number two, I see people saying kick fund. Unfortunately, we will not be doing a kick fund for this black woman for two reasons. One, because it's a black woman. I want her to be able to have her voice heard. And like I said at the beginning of the conversation, we may disagree. Things may get contentious, but at the end of the day, this is a black woman. And so there will not be any misogynoir, and there will be no silencing, saying that she doesn't get to speak. I completely disagree with all the shit that she's saying, but we're not going to do a kick fund. So like no kick fund for her. And number two, I fucking forgot what I was going to say. Yeah, Joanna.
So if you've admitted that they don't have the power to do anything, why would you say you don't align with the far left in politics?
Okay, the same way that certain socialists, certain socialists, like people who are full out socialists, right? They don't have power, but do I align with a socialist mindset? No. right? So there's certain things that they say, their rhetoric, what they propose should happen, I don't align with. I don't care about the power. I care about my party. I care that we come together and we don't run the same cycle over and over again. I always was told, if you don't know your history, it will repeat itself. I forgot the guy's name, when all of the delusional on the right side party started, it didn't start with the people in power. It started with the people that had a lot to say. So I care about what they're saying. Does that make sense to you?
Donald Trump
This
had
also,
a lot to say.
Yes, and their coalition started before him. Their delusional talking part started before him.
Yeah, with the Tea Party, which Joanna brought up, the Tea Party. MAGA is the Tea Party.
Yeah, pretty much, right? So with that being said,
you're saying that you don't.
I have to go. I gotta work. Do a real happy career.
You're literally still up here. She muted herself instead of leaving.
Girl, either way, saying that doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result is crazy, which is my paraphrasing what you said. How the fuck do you want people to continue aligning with moderate Democrats as if that's not doing the exact same thing that has landed us exactly in the place that we're in now, if you don't want people to keep doing the same thing? I'm confused and irritated.
I told you before you got up here, I was perturbed.
I was too. That's the whole reason I asked for the tag. And like, you know how we do specifically on this app.
Mm-hmm.
So that was anyway. You're saying that you don't want us to keep doing the same thing that we've always done because that's not going to be helpful, while at the same time saying let's continue to align with moderate Democrats as a moderate Democrat doesn't make any sense.
Say that last part again.
To answer, I guess, the question that you said, you saying that us doing the same thing that we've always done is not going to actually get us anywhere, while advocating for us to continue doing the same thing that we've always done is nonsensical. Do you get that?
You said doing the same thing is nonsensical. Sensical?
Yes, you said that you don't want us to keep doing the same things that we've always done because that doesn't really move us forward, right?
All right. To it, you're just reverting what I said, and I'm gonna just say the point because
I'm trying to clarify what you said because that's what I got from what you said.
Right, no, I got you, babe. I don't know if you have an issue with that. I got you. So
you can say
what
I don't care. Just make your point. You can say that's fine.
Look, all I'm saying is if we don't learn from the other idiots, the other side, the MAGA side, right? And we don't see what their rhetoric was before we moved into a party, like like how the Tea Party come about, what was the people talking? It's the people who make the government, right? And it's, to me, I care about then what is my party talking about? We're not in office. Some people that are quote unquote Democrats in office are fucking Republicans with a Democrat mask on. And I'm pretty sure we all are aware of this. So I care about what each side is saying. I care about what they feel like the issue is, the problem is, and what state they're in to understand it more clearly. Because if we're looking for someone to oversee every single one of these 50 states, we need to, and fucking Puerto Rico, we need to actually be able to speak up and talk and make sure that our wording is clear. Can you hear me?
We need to end Puerto Rico? What does that mean?
I said and Puerto Rico. What the fuck?
And
not people. Okay, nobody, look, let's get off the defense. I'm literally trying to speak as a party together. At the end of the day, we may have different, we may align
let me say this. I think that
party.
the actual conversation has become very circular as a whole, and we're not getting to the substance. And so I would really,
because
really
you didn't
like
want
to
to talk about my point. You guys only want to talk about what y'all saying. And I'm trying to dig at my point, and I feel like we're just getting more defensive. I admit I was being.
I would like to get to the substance. So let's refocus this, because the point on the background is moderate Democrats don't care about our country. And I started off by talking about how the ACA is one of the most influential pieces of legislation that is passed in the last 30 years by the Democratic Party. And while passing that legislation, it has not actually advanced nor functioned for its intended purpose. So the question I have for you is, understanding as the left is, right? The interesting thing about the left is there are moderate Democrats. There are, I would call them, liberals. There are progressives. There's democratic socialists, and hell, there are even communists that fall under the spectrum of being on the left. My question for you is, understanding the broad political spectrum, how do you intend to ground our political party without having a clear message that would benefit the overwhelming majority of not only the party, but America? You're muted.
People that are also Marxists are super far left. And I want to move more moderate Democrats to having still a moderate stance, but being very much more progressive in the way that we move. I want to, and my eye, if I don't mind, I did canvassing working and shit like that before, right? I would move my party to do a lot better, and especially the moderate fucking Democrats who are mostly are the ones in office. I don't like the way they move, but I'm not going to say I don't align with a lot of things that they say. I just don't align with a lot of actions that fully get taken. And I feel like if people that are more socialist Democrats had more conversations to equate or to talk to these more moderate Democrats, we can find better middle ground by having them become more progressive. I don't like a lot of it.
So is it your position then that the issue isn't, because what it really sounds like now is your issue isn't with the position of us needing to be more progressive and even get those moderate Democrats to be more progressive, which is the premise that I have. But it sounds like the issue that you have is the way that I'm going about it and the things that I'm saying when communicating with them. Would that be accurate?
To a certain extent, we didn't initially talk about the real one that I want to talk about, because you said on your platform I don't get to talk about your explanation on things like why racism Black people can't do, and why all white men need to be out of power. We didn't want to talk about that.
No.
So
you can
talk about
racism. That's fine. But I was telling you, you don't get to talk about the topic that says white men, they don't care about anything but power. Like, that's not the topic. But if you want to talk about like how racism exists on both sides of the political spectrum and what you think that should be done to actually address it on the left, whether it's, highlighting or just ignoring, like, sure, we can have that conversation. I'm just saying that as far as the topic on the background, you don't get to talk about that topic.
Well, honestly, that topic is a little bit why I have my distaste for more far left people who kind of have that strong of a take. So I can't put myself in that group because I don't want to be I don't have that feeling. Also, my family is very, very diverse.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't like when people go that far. And also I had my whole moment where I was low-key racist to white people because of things that I've experienced, and I had to help myself with that.
Damn it, girl. Shit. Okay. So
I mean, I hated them. I thought black people were better.
What you initially came up here doing was saying that we need to be nicer to white people and hold their hand as we slowly walk them towards the solution to the actual problem. Which is
You're paraphrasing something that it's not a point that I'm not making. That's a point that I did not make.
I'm gonna land this plane. The point that I really want to hammer home with is you're not equipped. Not that you're not equipped as far as just being able to express yourself. You're not equipped for the conversation because, one, like you say that you're rooted in facts and knowledge and history, but for you to make such a vastly and fucking sane statement shows that you don't know the things. And two, you're not equipped to address the fact that comfort like no one has the right to comfort. And so you being offended on the way that I call out white men for perpetuating their harm, then white men,
this is contradicting.
It says something that is absolutely mind-blowing.
Sir.
The point that I'm getting across is you sitting here saying that like, oh, the way that I talk to white men, that's fine. The white men that come up here and try to prove the background wrong, they literally prove the background right. And so when I have these actual conversations, it's based off of historical precedents, and it's based off of the things that we're dealing with and experiencing today. And the funny part about the topics that say, white men don't care about anything but power, or white women don't care about white supremacy. Those white people that actually understand it and they get it, they don't get hurt by the actual wordings. And the ones that do get hurt by the wordings, they come up, and then most of the time by the end of the conversation, they say, oh, I get it now. So I'm not like, it goes back to another whole entire piece of tone policing. And I'm not going to mince my words to make people feel comfortable. I want people to feel uncomfortable. I want people to look at the ugly truth, and then we're just going to fucking deal with it. Like, that's where we are.
I hear you, but don't that sound contradicting if we're aiming for also black people to be comfortable, but then we turn around and say, well, nobody should feel comfortable?
When are we aiming for black people to be comfortable?
So we don't want to help the black people? We don't want to make things better for them?
No one has the right to comfort. I literally have on my background. Hey, what does that say down there?
Comfort as?
What do you
define?
Comfort is comfort is the ability to feel like certain wording, phrasing should not be used or said because it makes them feel uncomfortable for calling out an action that they're directly related in. Comfort does not say, oh, you can't use slurs. Comfort directly speaks to the fact that if this topic applies to you, you shouldn't be able to say, well, I don't like how you said that. You have no right to comfort. And the point that I'm making is if you take a look right there, right, calling out black people too. At the very bottom, calling out black people too. Like I don't care about the right to comfort for anyone. That's why I'm calling out Democrats. That's why I'm calling out Republicans. That's why I'm calling out white men, white women, black people. No one has the right to comfort when it comes to the systems and harms that are being caused.
So what's the point of talking about systems that will benefit people to have? I guess we're going to agree to disagree there. I just don't understand. I guess really, I'm not understanding how you're trying to communicate what you feel is comfort. And if someone gets their feelings hurt because they think, oh my God, you're just picking on me, that's their personal issue. I think when I've listened, you talk to somebody, a white person who was trying to be reasonable and was saying, hey, I don't want, every white person is, he said something stupid too, but he doesn't feel like, he feels like if you get all white people out, we're not winning the actual issue. And the people that need to know the facts and don't have the facts tend to be the issue. The people who are spilling things out of emotions have some type of fucking narcissistic as
like that's been you this whole time.
The issues.
Like that's been you. Like literally that's been you. Do you subscribe to the theory that it's all men until it's no men?
No.
Why not?
Because I am not a type of person who want to marginalize every group. I don't like when people do it to me, so why would I do it to them?
So are you saying
all men are bad? Men, I don't really like them like that. Not just because of my personal experience, but do I think everyone sucks? No.
I think, see, again, that's an appeal to emotion, which you are literally sitting here saying that you didn't want to do that. All men until no men is not.
I'm speaking facts. And I said, I don't appeal to that because I don't think.
All men till is no men does not speak to the fact that you hate men or men are bad. The actual premise is understanding the overwhelming amount of harm that men perpetuate towards women, children, and other men. And understanding that since you are more likely to be either sexually assaulted, to have a violent exchange, and that person being a man, is saying that until you have the correction made within men, then you should make those men earn any type of trust, because the statistics says more than likely they're going to perpetuate harm and violence. And you have to be suspicious of every single man until the overwhelming amount of men no longer perpetuate harm and violence towards other people. It's not about thinking people are bad, and it's not about hating people. It's about understanding where the harm is coming from. And until that entire group addresses the harm, you can't take the risk of saying, well, maybe they're not the harmful one.
Now, I can slightly understand that, but again, this is so statistically, yeah. I can understand where we're getting that. But again, I lost my virginity at 3 years old by men and
Please
women.
Don't say that. Please don't say, holy smokes, holy fuck. That is a massive trigger warning. Holy fuck.
So
no.
This is my life.
Nope. Absolutely the fuck not. Absolutely the fuck not. Absolutely. Absolutely the fuck not. Absolutely the fuck not. Nope. The fact that you want to speak with a sense of intelligence and levity when not actually understanding the things that you're saying, like that's the thing that I have issue with. You're literally saying we need to base things in facts and move around the facts because MAGA bases things in their feelings and they're stupid. But yet you don't have the emotional intelligence or the actual information to have these conversations. There's a disconnect in peace. Joanne, anything from you?
Not too much, just that for her to say that I was saying things that she wasn't saying and then saying the shit that I said that she was saying, she was full of contradictions. And like you said, which was something I was also going to say, girl, your politics are as bad as the takes that you got up here, just like the moderate Democrats that you align yourself with. Is absolutely fucking insane. Yeah, thank you for having me up here. That was a lot. Make sure that you drink your water and say something kind about yourself. Shout out to management, because both of us was crashing out in the chat.
Yeah.
Shout out to the chat. However, I got a bone to pick at you, chat. I know all of us were highly irritated with her being up here, but y'all got real light on those taps. I need y'all to get your shit together. Almost as much as I need her to get her shit together. Because I got a lot of secondhand embarrassment from that entire conversation. and it sucks. And I don't like that. Right in front of my weekend.
Yeah. Wicked work. Wicked work. I appreciate you, Joanna.
Thank you, Twin.
Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. Me, it's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. I got a couple of thank yous, but I'm going to try to get someone up here first before we hit those thank yous. You guys have been super kind. Hi, Misha, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Hi, Misha, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Okay, let me drop you down. That's only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. I don't know if this person's going to load. Drop them. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Hello.
Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I just wanted to disagree with the America doesn't really care part, and I wouldn't necessarily say I'm a Trump supporter because, like, I don't, know the terminology, nor do I feed into all of that Democratic Republic stuff. It's just like, at the end of the day, when it comes to America as a whole, it may not care about everyone as a whole, but ultimately, America as a country, they do care.
Okay, so FYI, the America doesn't really care. That's not the point that you get to disagree with on the background. That's the overarching theme, and then the points are the specific ones. So just to kind of help quantify this, and did you vote in the 2024 presidential election?
I did not.
Okay. Where do you? I know you said you're not necessarily politically savvy. What do you think about the things that are currently happening in our country today?
I mean, I think, for a long time, over the years, since slavery time, over the years up until now, there's been slow but surely change. And like, it may not be up to date as it should be, or as us as a, community would want it, but it's still happening.
I'm so confused as far as what you're saying.
Like, what are you asking? Like, what is America doing for us?
What do you think about the current state of our country and everything that's happening?
I mean, like I said, I think there's a lot of chaos, but it's a work in progress, and it's slowly getting in.
You think our country is currently trending in a positive direction?
It depends. Everybody has an opinion. So for some people, yes. Others might not see it that way.
But what do you
think it's going in the right direction. Like I said, slowly but surely.
Is there anything that you would change about what's happening currently as far as the current administration in power?
I mean, I think the current administration is doing okay because at the end of the day, they do have a lot of power. And if they want to take advantage to some degree, they could get it to that point, but they haven't.
Okay. Do you stand behind that statement?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to give you a minute. I got a couple of thank yous that I'm going to run through, and then I'm going to circle back around. I want you to just think about that for a second. Also, I don't know if you have me connected to like a Bluetooth or if you have your phone in the case, you might need to turn it down a little bit, but it's giving like a reverb. So give me just a moment and say a couple of thank yous, and then I'm going to come right back to you. Okay.
Yes. I turned it down. I hope that helped.
Yeah, that did. Yep. Perfect. Thank you. Debbie's in the chat for Miss Donna for the $10 super chat to say her intention seems to be to critique Santana and do her around the Mulberry Bush monologue. I'm confused now. It basically sounds like a rendition of Rodney King. Can't we all get along with no point? It was. W's in the chat for Miss Donna for the follow-up $2 super chat to say, oh my gosh, I'm absolutely speechless. Wow, just wow. I'm sorry, Miss Donna. W's in the chat for Wendy. Fucking W's in the chat for Wendy for the $50 super chat to say that one was difficult. Yeah, it was. It was difficult and it actually hurt my heart, but you know, we shall overcome. W's in chat for Manders for the $1 donation saying moderate Dems carrying the flame for Charlie Kirk is wild work. That's what they're fucking doing. W's in the chat for oh, you said I can call you Cat. Got it. Thank you, Cat. W's in the chat for Cat for the $5 donation. W's in the chat for Mike for the $5 donation. Santana, can I ask for a favor? I have no idea what Democrat moderate leftist stands for anymore. Would you be willing to have one of each? Would you be willing to have one of each so we can get better? Yeah. We can talk about that. Also, we did a late nights one night, and I know it's somewhere over on the YouTube, but we did a late nights where we broke down like the different political ideology, and we even did the political compass test. If anyone has not taken the political compass test and you want to actually figure out where you fall within the political spectrum, it's actually a really fun thing to do. And it'll give you your actual leanings and biases and all this other stuff and tell you where you align on the political spectrum. And there's multiple political compass tests out there that you can take, but they're super dope. Debbie's in the chat for Jocelyn for the $1 donation. Jocelyn said, sorry, twin, but WTF is center left moderate Democrat. Does that even, and she made that shit up. Nah, I'm gonna go ahead and save you. She made that shit up. She made that shit up. W's in the chat for Ron for the $5 donation say give K to the I to the C to the K. Miss Kimba needs to get up out the paint. Hashtag Spice King. Yeah, I just didn't want to, like, I really want to try to have that conversation, but you know. Deb's in chat for Kat, who said another night said you meant to say Ted. Kat, you're fucking awesome. Oh, there it is, the $1. Sorry about the last guess, but still keep being awesome and keep doing what you're doing. We could get through it. Yeah, like I think those conversations are important. They're hard and they're frustrating, but they're super important. Debbie's in chat for Patricia for the $5 donation. Now, all I can say is thank you. Changes are needed. You're the catalyst. I think we're the catalyst. Like us together, forcing people to be better is super important. Debbie's in the chat. Debbie's in the chat for T Lovely for the $1.99 super chat to say this person should come up from under his rock. Yeah, don't worry. I think this is going to be a shock to his system. And fucking W's in the chat for Philip. W's in the fucking chat for Philip. Massive fucking W's in the chat for Philip. So Philip double dipped. Philip fucking double dipped. Philip sent a $250 donation. Let's fucking go, Philip. Philip sent a $250 donation saying insufferable guest. I know. Tracked at the moment she challenged you, asking you to please stop calling. When you asked her to stop calling you baby, ad hominem attacks aren't helping her cause. It's not. And like, again, I'm from the South. I understand the whole like baby sweetheart thing. It's always made me feel uncomfortable. And like the biggest thing is just because we use terminology and words and things that are part of our lexicon, if people create a clear boundary, then I think it's super important for us not to cross that clear boundary. So like, that's it. And not her running her mouth in the comments. Golly. Followed by another $100 donation saying another small donation. I won't interrupt the debate, man. Bless you all. I was absolutely not prepared for that. Sending my love to the chat. Phil, I don't think any of us was prepared for what we just went through. I don't think any of us were prepared for that. Holy fuck. W's in the chat for Philip, guys. W's in the chat for Philip. W's in the chat for all the donos. Thank you all for being fucking amazing, guys. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you. It's the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Look up at the corner, guys. If you see the word follow, That means you're not following me. 1.2 thousand people hanging out. Guys, please, please, please. We only got 56 new followers on the stream. Hit that follow button. Hit the follow button. Turn on notifications. We go live all the time. Please, please, please hit that follow button. If you're over on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Ty, do you still stand by the premise that Donald Trump and this administration are doing good things?
I would just like to just say in advance, I came across the stream due to Mother Bullock, so blame her. But
I don't know who that is.
She's one of your followers, sorry. In regard to that, it's like, just because like a person does something bad doesn't mean they don't do stuff good. So while I might not agree with everything, there are some things that I do agree with.
Okay. We're gonna put that to the test. All right. Let's do this. Donald Trump is not only historically ranked as the worst president in United States history in the modern era, but he is absolutely unfit and destroying the country. And I'm going to present my evidence. All right, ready? We good, Ty?
Yes, I'm ready. Educate me.
Perfect. All right. So when I say that Donald Trump is like the historians already ranked him the worst president in modern history, but he is on a historic run for being the worst. I'm going to start here. All right. So this is the first year presidential approval ratings for recent presidents, of course, minus Biden. As you can see, Trump sits at the bottom of the list with his first year getting a approval rating of 39%. You understand what the approval ratings are, right?
I'd be lying if I said yes. But
approval ratings are a polling that's done based off of like how people feel the president is actually doing things positive or whatever for the country. And so 39% of the country felt like Donald Trump was doing a good job after his first year of being president, his first term. So that means 61% said that he was doing a bad job. We good?
Yes, I can understand, but can I respond to that?
Sure.
I would like to use an example in that regard where, like, for example, you know, growing up as a kid, you know, your parents might do stuff that you don't wholeheartedly agree with, but they still doing a good job for you. So it's this is just the opening salvo. I'm gonna prove to you why these things are true. I'm just setting the foundation. Okay.
This isn't the proof. This is just the introduction.
Okay, I understand.
All right. So that's his first term, right? Now, while his first term was absolutely horrendous, right, as far as his approval rating, the thing is that Donald Trump has doubled down and gotten even worse. This is where he stands as far as currently, or a couple of days ago. 462 days in his current term, not his first term, he has a net negative approval rating of -17. What that means is that his approval has dropped by 17 points since he took office. It's down 0.5 since last week, and it's currently at 38%, which is a point lower than where it was when he was, a point where he was his first year in office during his first term. So even the actual premise as far as people thinking that he's doing a good job, people do not think that he's doing a good job, right? Now, the reason why people don't think that he's doing a good job is for a couple of different things. The first thing being what he's doing to the economy, right? We understand that he has started a war with Iran, which has caused issues as far as oil prices at the Strait of Hormuz, but he has spiked gas prices year over year. Gas prices a year ago on April the 27th, gas prices were $3.14 a gallon. And then a year later, it's $4.11 a gallon. He has continued to cause gas prices to rise. And it actually, since I took this screenshot and did this, the gas prices have hit the highest level that it's been since 2022 because of his conflict with Iran and the way that he is perpetuated instability within the oil markets. All right, so that's number one. Number two, still sticking on the economy, is understanding the impacts that he's had in a multitude of other areas. Do you know what CPI is?
No.
Okay, CPI is the Consumer Price Index, right? It talks about the increase as far as costs across the board. What this shows is that Donald Trump, and not only his conflict with Iran, but his tariff policies have increased all prices for American citizens. Everything is up, including energy, i.e. oil, being massively up. So Donald Trump and his policies and the way that he's governed the country has cost us more money for the things that we buy every day. Items, food, energy, all of those things, right? But it doesn't stop at the actual cost of the things that we buy. It's kind of hard to buy things if people don't have jobs. Donald Trump, ever since taking office, the unemployment rate has continued to rise. In January 2025, the unemployment rate was 4.0. In March, it's 4.3. People have continued to lose jobs this entire Trump administration. All right, so not only is he raising costs as far as his policies and his conflicts, but while raising costs with his policies and conflicts, he's also causing people their jobs, right? Now, that would be enough if he was just any person, any president. But Donald Trump lacks moral character and substance. And so since Donald Trump lacks moral character and substance, Donald Trump has done things that have overwhelmingly not only caused harm, but has proven that he's unfit for office. Do you know what this is?
I believe that's Kamala Harris.
Kamala, no. But this is Barack Obama and Michelle Obama.
Oh, I didn't see Barack in the corner.
Yeah. Donald Trump reposted a video depicting Barack and Michelle as monkeys. Do you know the history of the dehumanization of Black people when it comes to calling us monkeys?
Yes, I'm aware of that. And, I'm fully aware that, Trump is rude and disrespectful, especially against, Black people as well as women. He's mentioned it himself. I'm aware of that.
Well, it's not rude and disrespectful. He's racist and misogynist, but that would be letting him off light. I'm still building this cake. So while can I just a side question for you? Can you name one other Black family in the United States that you would deem to be more prestigious than the Obamas?
No, I cannot.
Okay. So if Donald Trump is willing to perpetuate the idea that the most prestigious Black family in United States history, the Obamas, are nothing but monkeys, how do you think he views normal Black people like yourself and me?
Well, as an obvious racist, not me, him, he views us as less than monkeys.
Okay, perfect. So yes, we could talk about his insane and unhinged rhetoric that he's used towards, Black people, but we also would be remiss if we didn't talk about what he has been doing and threatening. This is a post from Truth Social while in conflicts with Iran, and him highlighting the point and saying that, 1 second here, let me make this a little bit smaller and move it in focus. A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back, threatening to destroy the entire civilization and genociding 92 million people in Iran. There were actual worries and threat that he wanted to nuke Iran, which also additional reports came out that he tried to access the nuclear codes, but his general stopped him. He wanted to actually drop a nuclear bomb on Iran. All right. So we've already talked about how Donald Trump has overwhelmingly been harmful to the country when it comes to our economy, when it comes to when it comes to the economy, when it comes to the jobs, when it comes to cost, and his approval rating reflects it based off of that. But we also talk about his lack of humanity when it comes to the people, whether it's the American people or whether it's any other country. So all of those things would not only be disqualifiers, right? Like I think we can agree that any other situation, all of those things would absolutely be disqualifiers. But the bigger point that I think that we need, well, not bigger point, but something that I want to make sure that we're not missing and we're not forgetting. Donald Trump is absolutely a rapist. He's a rapist, and he knows he is. And so when he sits down and he has these conversations with 60 Minutes, he says things because he's triggered. So he says things like this.
And he also wrote this: I'm no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I was waiting for you to read that because I knew you would, because you're horrible people, horrible people. Yeah, he did write that. I'm not a rapist. I didn't rape anybody.
Do you think he was referring to you?
Excuse me. I'm not a pedophile. You read that crap from some sick person.
So while pretending as if he is not a rapist, which he is, again, Donald Trump actually was held civilly liable for the rape of E. Jean Carroll, right? So he absolutely is a rapist, while also being someone who is incoherent in the sense of he doesn't even believe in science. I know people like to talk about the fact that he denies climate science, but one more question for you, Ty. Do you know who Mehmet Oz is?
No, sorry.
Okay, Dr. Oz. Dr. Oz, he's a TV doctor personality. Donald Trump put him in charge of Medicaid and Medicare. I'm sure you know who Don Jr. is, right?
Still not sure.
Don Jr., Donald Trump Jr., his son?
No.
You don't know Donald Trump's son, Donald Trump Jr.?
I know he got a daughter and a son, but I don't know their names.
Okay. Donald Trump Jr., Don Jr., he's like the most public of them all. Anyway, he has a podcast. He has a podcast where he had Mehmet Oz, Donald Trump's hand-picked appointment for the head of Medicaid and Medicare. While sitting on Donald Trump Jr.'s podcast, this is something that they called out about Donald Trump, which again, this is his son, and someone that not only did Donald Trump appoint him to a cabinet position, but overwhelmingly they support each other.
So he'll pepper. Bobby and I usually go to the meetings together. So he'll first start off with candy bars, that little candy jar he'll call it. He'll hit the red button, and then comes the diet soda pops, which is your dad argues that diet soda is good for him because it kills grass. It's poured on grass, so therefore must kill cancer cells inside the body. So he'll try to. Please, I'm not even going to argue this right now. We were on Air Force One the other day, and I walk in there because he wants to talk about something, and he's got an.
So Donald Trump, the most powerful man on earth, the president of the United States, believes that Diet Coke kills cancer cells, right? So he's crashing the economy. He is causing harm as far as unemployment. He is actively engaging in war. He is someone who is a rapist, someone who is avert to facts, knowledge, and information. Ty, are you a Christian?
No.
No? Okay. Do you believe in God at all?
I'm an agnostic, so I don't believe in it, but I do understand it.
Okay. Donald Trump has been beefing with the Pope. Did you know that?
I believe I heard that at one point.
Got it. Got it. This is what Donald Trump said about the Pope.
I don't think he's doing a very good job. He likes crime, I guess. He hit us. Think of it. He's worried about fear. What about the fear when the ministers and the priests and all of those great people that were arrested during COVID, and in many cases they're outside 10 feet apart, and they were arrested. So we don't like it. We don't like a pope that's going to say that it's okay to have a nuclear weapon. We don't want a pope that says crime is okay in our cities. I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of Pope Leo. He's a very liberal person, and he's a man that doesn't believe in stopping crime. He's a man that doesn't think that we should be toying with a country that wants a nuclear weapon so they can blow up the world. So I'm not a fan of Pope Leo.
Now, while you may not be a Christian and you're agnostic, and I understand that, a lot of people in our country are Christians, and a lot of people that support the Republican Party are Christians, and Donald Trump is beefing with the head of the Catholic Church, which there's billions of Catholics around the world and millions of Catholics within the United States. And after starting an actual beef with the Pope, he actually posted this, right? Let's see here. This is Donald Jesus Christ, right? Posted a depiction of him laying hands and healing someone while wearing the garments of Jesus Christ. Ty, do you think this is him depicting himself as Jesus in this picture?
Some people could view it as such.
And what do you view it as?
I just felt like he was, I'm trying to be cautious with my words, but like, I feel like he's trying to rage bait him, tease him into something.
I would rather you just say it plainly than beating around the bush. I don't understand what you're saying.
Like I said, rage baiting, shitting on his belief, like laughing in his face. But like I said, to some people, it can be looked at as he depicting himself as Jesus.
Okay. Yeah, but then Donald Trump said that no, it's not him depicting himself as Jesus. He said that he's a doctor. He said that he's depicting himself as a doctor. So whether you do or don't believe in like Christianity or whatever, at the very least, Donald Trump thinks people that support him, they're stupid. Because like, I mean, whether you think he was trolling or, any of those other things, like this is clearly not him being a doctor, right? And this is the last thing I'll say, and I'll land my plane. So we've highlighted how Donald Trump has crashed the economy, cost people their jobs, raised prices, started a war. He's been openly racist. He's threatened to genocide 92 million Iranians. He doesn't believe in science. He is mocking and beefing with the Pope and also mocking people's religion openly. Oh, and don't forget, he's overly obsessed with China and he wants to raise prices even more.
But Mr. President, just to be clear, you said the other day that any country that supports Iran and sends military equipment to Iran will face a 50% tariff if they try to bring products. Did you refer to China? Did you mean China?
Yes, and other people, but yes, China too. If we find that China, because I hear news reports, so a news report doesn't mean much to me because they're so fake, but I hear news reports about China giving the shoulder missiles, what's called the shoulder missile, anti-aircraft missile. I doubt they would do that because I have a relationship and I think they wouldn't do that, but maybe they did a little bit at the beginning, but I don't think they would anymore. No,
But if we catch them doing that, they get a 50% tariff, which is that's a staggering amount.
He's antagonizing a new trade war with China, which will raise our prices even more higher when, again, prices are already up. We're already technically at an actual war. He wants a trade war, and people are being fired while he is becoming more and more unhinged. So, Ty, I double back and say, with all this information that I've laid out in front of you so far, do you still think that Donald Trump and his administration are doing good things for the country?
I don't want to just outrightly say yes. I kind of want to respond to everything you said,
sure.
Or like what I kept up with. Like, all in all, I feel like in a long-term game, sometimes you have to make sacrifices. And although everybody might not agree with your viewpoints, as long as it's
can you
for the
be specific
betterment-
what your actual point is? What you would highlight is like sacrifice, and what short-term sacrifice are we making to make a long-term substantial gain?
The long term is, our country as a whole being better, more unified.
Right, but specifically, what is he doing that's doing that?
Those, I'm not entirely sure. I'm just, like I said,
Right, but you see the problem with what you're saying, though, because I laid out like specific points of why I say he's harmful and he's a problem. And then for you to say, well, in general, sometimes shit got to get a little bad, but it'll be okay. Like, that's not specific. You see the problem?
Yeah, I could see the problem. And like I said in the beginning, with my lack of information, I can't speak on it too much. I was just, saying why I feel the way I feel.
Right. But your feelings should be your feelings are your feelings. I'm not going to critique you for your feelings because I can't address your feelings, but your opinions should be rooted in like facts and information, right? And I'm presenting facts and information to you, right? I've actually presented numbers. I presented firsthand account from Trump himself. I've presented secondhand account from like his head of Medicaid and Medicare, and also his son. And I've rolled out like the implications of the things that he's done. And so I'm trying to understand, with presenting all of these facts in front of you, you're still going off of your feelings, but like your feelings don't have any actual tangible data points to speak to why you feel that way.
I mean, innocent people get arrested all the time because of facts and information that wasn't properly construed. So it's like,
yeah, I understand the exoneration rate. I mean, like specifically for Black people, the exoneration rate is high. But I like when you talk about that, that's usually like a contentious point that's laid out that people can actually say, well, there's this one thing that was hinged here and this could have been done there. I didn't say that the only reason that Donald Trump is a bad president is because of this one thing. I laid out multiple key indicators, right? I mean, can you tell me if a president but if a president institutes tariffs, do you know what a tariff is?
Sorry.
Do you know what a tariff
terrorist
is?
Or tariff?
Tariff.
No.
Okay. Did you know Donald Trump ran on putting tariffs on everything and everyone, like he just talked about with China?
And again, no, I'm not sure what a tariff is.
Okay. But did you hear him say that they were going to put 52% tariffs? Did you hear when he said that in that last video?
Yes, but like I said, I'm not sure what a tariff is.
No, I'm not saying you need to know what it is. I'm saying, do you remember hearing him say that?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. He ran on tariffs, and he told people like tariffs are going to like lower prices and bring jobs back. But a tariff is a tax on imported goods, right? The way that it works is supposed to be a tool to strategically achieve a goal. But Donald Trump is doing universal tariffs where he's putting tariffs on everything. And so when a company sells a product to an American company, once the product gets to our country, there's a tax that has to be paid by the company in order to get that product that they imported. And so once they get that product, they paid more. So for example, if a company buys a shirt for $2 and then sells a shirt for $10, they make an $8 profit. Well, now with the tariff, once they buy the shirt for $2, but in order to actually get the shirt from the dock, they got to pay $2 additional. And so, and they don't sell the shirt for $10 anymore because they would only be making a profit of $6 instead of a profit of $8. So what they do is they raise that price to offset the additional costs that they've paid. Ty, if a company has to pay those tariffs and they raise those prices to offset it, who ends up paying those additional costs?
Us as the people?
Exactly. And Donald Trump didn't do that as a specific or targeted approach. He put tariffs on everything across the board. That's why CPI has shot up. That's why things are more expensive, because he put tariffs on everyday goods. And that's the problem. So if I'm laying out in front of you that prior to Donald Trump, he had this whole thing called Liberation Day, where he talked about all the tariffs that he was going to add. And he added all these tariffs. And since adding all these tariffs, prices have skyrocketed. Couldn't we logically say that this is not a false data point that's given some type of inaccurate information? Prices prior to Donald Trump implementing the tariffs were lower. He put the tariffs on, prices are higher. That's simple cause and effect.
Understandable.
So again, I'm trying to understand, if we're laying out these facts and data and information about how he's negatively impacted the country, can you tell me what your feelings are rooted in? Because it's not facts. So why do you feel this way if you have no proof to feel this way?
I mean, in regard to that, the whole, taxing or whatever, I feel like long term, that's a good thing, because I feel like a heavy part of America has become so dependent on relying on help that over time we become weaker. So by raising those prices, that's something we would have to adjust to become stronger as a nation. And
how does paying higher prices make us stronger?
Control of money.
What do you mean?
We have lack of money control with all the assistance we've had as a community and a nation.
What you're saying, the words that you're saying don't make any logical sense. You're spamming words and those words don't go together. How does paying higher prices give us control of money, which makes us stronger?
I don't know how to explain it. That's fair.
Because it doesn't. Like the premise behind a tariff is, like I said, people think like tariffs are bad. Tariffs aren't bad. They're just a tool. They're not good or bad. And it's the way that you utilize the tool. And Donald Trump doesn't have an understanding of the tool. And so he spams the tool and puts it on everything, which causes issues. There's an approach for targeted tariffs, but with Donald Trump putting tariffs on everything without a predetermined date, without any rhyme reason as far as taking them off or anything, the only thing that he does is just raise prices. And if he's not going to have any type of solid position on the tariff, then there's no negotiation for better prices. So if you have no actual framework and you can't negotiate better prices, then you're raising prices for shits and giggles, or as I always say, shiggles. So tell me, how is just randomly raising prices benefiting Americans?
I mean, I always answered that. Like, it may not be benefiting us right now. Long term, it would.
How does it benefit us long term if he doesn't have a long term plan? Do you know Trump's nickname that was given to him by the executives on Wall Street?
No.
Taco. Have you ever heard that?
Mm-mm.
Okay, yeah. The executives on Wall Street called Donald Trump Taco. It stands for Trump always chickens out. And they gave him that nickname because he constantly flip-flops on tariffs. Hey, Ty, have you ever lift weights before?
In the past.
Okay, perfect. If you want to increase, let's say, your bench press, What do you have to do in order to actually increase your bench press?
I'm not being honest. I probably was doing that wrong, but like add more weight.
Yeah, I mean over time, absolutely. But you have to have consistency. You have to consistently be able to hit this like 225 for 10 reps. And over time, you have to be able to consistently hit 225 for 10 reps. And then you can move up to 235 for 10 reps. Like you got to push yourself, you got to stretch yourself, and then you got to create consistency and so on and so on, right?
Yes.
So in order to create any type of long-term gain with the short-term pain, because lifting weights, like it's tough, it's tiring, it's going to burn you out. It literally, it rips your muscles. And then when you rest, it reheals your muscles. But you have to continue to do it over time consistently and then build with a plan in order to increase your bench press. We can agree on that, right?
Yes.
Can you increase your bench press if you go to the gym 1 week and then you take 2 weeks off, you don't lift, and then you come back that next week and then you lift a little bit, and then you take 3 weeks off, and then you come back and you lift for 2 weeks, but then you take a month off? Do you think that you can increase your bench press that way?
No.
Because there's no consistency, right?
Yes.
And that's the point. That's the point. Donald Trump has no consistency in his bench press, so there's no way to have a short-term pain for long-term gain because he doesn't have a plan and there's no consistency. So when you're putting tariffs on, taking tariffs off, putting tariffs on, taking tariffs off, there's no actual initiative for the people that we're putting the tariffs on to make a long-term deal with us that would benefit us. That's the problem.
I understand that could be problematic and mess people up.
Yeah. So I'm still trying to understand, where's the long-term gain at?
Well, like I said, in that regard, I'm now understanding that. I didn't know that before, that he was taking it on and off.
Yeah, he took the tariffs off. So we had tariffs on Switzerland, right? And he had a meeting with the Swiss, and there was no plan agreement. There was no announcement of negotiations. There was nothing. They met with Donald Trump. They gave him a Rolex and a Swiss gold bar and gave him compliments. And then after the meeting, he reduced the tariffs on the Swiss. In that situation, do you think it's fair to say that Donald Trump only lowered the tariff prices because they did something beneficial for him? Because there was no deal, and there still has not been any deal. But he originally put the tariffs on saying that we want better deals, but he took it off after the meeting, where there's no deal from the meeting. There's only him getting a gold bar and a Rolex.
No, that wasn't beneficial for us.
So then why is he making us pay higher prices?
Yeah, it should revert back. Like I said, I wasn't aware of the tariffs being turned off.
Yeah.
I knew the taxes were being raised, but I wasn't realized it was being fluctuated like that.
Yeah. He's done that with he promised 90 deals in 90 days, and we have less than 10 tariff agreements that we've signed. And he's been in office for 1.5 years, and he's spammed tariffs across the board. We got less than 10 deals signed. So I guess the point that I really want to kind of go back to one more time is, can you help me understand what is Donald Trump doing that's positive or that will benefit Americans if there's no consistent plan and the only thing that he's done is cause more issues for everyday Americans like you and I?
Well, like I said earlier, due to my lack of research, I can have a different aspect, moving forward, because there's a lot of things I wasn't aware. I was just looking at it from that one viewpoint where I thought it would be better in the long term. But like, if you're doing something like that, constantly adjusting, it can interrupt the flow of things and mess up people. I didn't really understand, with the whole, people losing jobs factors. I didn't really understand how that came to play. But you know.
Let me leave you with one last thing. What if I told you it's just a grift?
Somebody was talking about that earlier, and I don't even know what that is.
Donald Trump is using this for a money grab, and he doesn't care about any of the other stuff. He just wants to make himself wealthy, more wealthy.
I mean, I would believe that he's always been about money, and that's why I look at it as like where it would be beneficial for, you know, the country. Maybe not everyone in the country, but for the country in the long term.
Yeah, but he isn't doing anything to actually enrich the country. He's only doing things to enrich himself. Again, our GDP is growing at a slower pace. Inflation is up. Consumer spending is down. Unemployment is up. So those business aspects aren't benefiting the country. Also, did you know Donald Trump had 6 bankruptcies?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, 6 of them. Donald Trump bankrupted a casino. Have you ever been to the casino?
No, you mentioned it earlier too. I was also unaware of the whole, you know, rape situation. I definitely don't support that.
Oh yeah, he raped E. Jean Carroll. But yeah, he bankrupt casinos. There's a saying when it comes to gambling and casinos, the house always wins. Which that means like, and they say that because it's really hard to win money when gambling, and casinos make money hand over fist, and Donald Trump bankrupt casinos. He's like, have you ever heard of Trump steaks?
No.
Trump knives?
No. You talking about like actual cooking knives?
Yep. Trump vodka?
Oh yeah.
You've heard of Trump vodka?
No.
Have you ever heard of Trump water?
No, that's like a thing.
Have you ever heard of Trump Airlines?
No.
Have you ever heard of Trump the board game?
No.
It was an actual board game that he made that was supposed to rival Monopoly. The point that I'm making is that he has put all of this shit out, and all of it has gone bust because he's really bad at business. Trump University is an easy one. People know all about Trump University, but like he's gone belly up on so many different businesses. And the only reason that he's started making money now is because he's gotten people to, like, he's a snake oil salesman, and he's gotten people to believe that he is a good businessman. And since he's got into politics, he's made a shit ton of money. But you know what's even more interesting?
What?
Donald Trump has made more money in this term since he got back in office in January 2025. He's made more money in office than he's made in his entire life. This year and a half of being president has made him more money than the entirety of his life. He's almost 80 years old. He's used the office of the presidency to enrich himself more than he has for his entire life through multiple things, through his cryptocurrency, where he randomly sells it to whoever that wants it, to selling shit like he sells watches. Did you know that he currently sells watches?
No.
He sells $500 red Trump watches. He sells Bibles. Do you remember the alleged assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania, before he was president?
When he was shot in the neck or the face?
Where they said that he was shot in the ear. Yeah.
Oh yeah, my bad.
Did you know that he took that suit that he was wearing and cut it up into small pieces and let people buy the pieces of that suit?
No.
Did you know that Donald Trump has sold a cologne called Fight, Fight, Fight from when he supposedly was almost shot and killed in Butler, Pennsylvania?
No, I believe I've seen it. It's like a black and gold bottle.
Yep.
Yeah, I've seen it, but I didn't know that was a real thing.
The point being is it's a money grab for him. It's not about doing anything beneficial for the American people. It's about making the most amount of money that he can. Hey, did you know that his family has made almost $1 billion in disclosed money for cryptocurrency since he's been back in office? Not him directly, his family, almost $1 billion off cryptocurrency.
No. So I was gonna ask, like, what is he doing with all of this money? What's being done with all of this money?
but keeping it, putting it in his family. Did you know? Have you heard of Barron Trump?
No.
Barron Trump is his youngest son. I think he's like 19 or 20 or something now. But Barron Trump has been placed on this board, a company who has been able to successfully somehow guess shorts as far as political action. So somehow 30 minutes before like major decisions as far as like taking tariffs off or putting tariffs on or going to war, the company that Barron Trump sits on the board for have been opening up lines of short for cryptocurrency and making billions of dollars. Hey, how do you think that they're so good at guessing like 30 minutes prior to the important stuff happening that they should open up these short line of cryptocurrencies to make billions of dollars?
They're being informed ahead of time. I heard it like that like a few years ago with GameStop.
Yeah. Well, no, GameStop was a little bit different, but no, the actual company that Barron Trump sits on the board for, they have been overwhelmingly successful and made billions of dollars opening up shorts, investment shorts, prior to Donald Trump's decisions about a bunch of shit. Now, I'm not saying that Barron is the one that's telling them to do it because he's speaking to Donald, but you know, no one's that good. So I say all that to say Donald Trump has not done anything beneficial for the American people. Hell, Donald Trump has not even thought about doing anything beneficial for the American people. Only thing he's done is, enriched himself.
I could agree with that. See how that makes sense.
Yeah.
And like
So
I said,
yeah, I'll just say I'll leave you with this, Ty. I'm not sure if you follow me or not, but maybe hit that follow button, hang out. Like I FYI, anything that I told you, if you ever want proof of it, I can prove all of the shit that I say, have all the proof. But even more than that, I would recommend like you maybe go like educate yourself just a little bit, right? And look into some of this stuff, because if you start looking into it, not only will you realize that Donald Trump is overwhelmingly not doing anything for the American people, but he's actively harming the American people while like trying to destroy our Second Amendment. Are you a gun owner?
I'm aware that the whole amendment they're trying to edit it, but no, I'm not a gun owner.
Okay, yeah, Donald Trump has infringed on the Second Amendment, but Donald Trump has advocated for throwing out the entire Constitution while infringing on the 1st, 2nd, 4th, 5th, on the 14th, like all over the board. At the 22nd, saying that he wanted to run for a 3rd term. Like it's a whole thing. He doesn't care about our country as a whole. So that's a lot. We good, Ty?
Yeah, my bad.
All good. All right, I'm gonna drop you down. I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah.
All right, have a good one.
It was nice, y'all.
Yeah, likewise.
Thank you for the insight.
Yeah, absolutely. 45, 47. I told you can't play music when you come up here. You know better than that. Did you hear me just convert him? Stop it. You can't play music. You know better than that. Did you hear me convert him? Village Boy, did you hear me convert another MAGA?
Yo, what's up, Santana? How are you doing today, Santana?
Did you hear me convert another MAGA?
Santana, Bolo, Shontolobo, Scrobo, Sotuka.
Did you hear me convert another MAGA?
No.
Wait, so you weren't listening the entire time I was just talking to him?
Yeah, I entered, but I wasn't listening. I was shaking my ass to my music.
You should have been listening because, like, I gave out a shit ton of good information.
Oh shit, bro.
What did you come up here for?
Yo, shit.
What did you come up here for?
So, I came to dismantle you. I
guess we'll never know. Oh, holy shit, guys. Holy shit. W's in the chat for Cousin Jesse. What up, Cousin Jesse? Cousin Jesse sent a $10 donation saying, "What's up, cousin? Not trying to attack Buddy, but the young brother is very ill-informed and not equipped for the conversation. He needs to watch your lives more and do more research. His goal should be to build up his knowledge base going forward." Yeah, Jesse, listen, I hope he got that. It seems like some of the stuff landed, and so I'm really, really hoping that he got that point. W's in chat as well for Cousin Jesse for the $5 follow-up and said, "I got one better. Tofu. Trump always fucks up." I like that. I actually really like that. W's in the chat for Mike. Mike sent a $2 donation, says, "Santana, it's safe to say that Donald Trump has made more money grifting off the American people than inheritance he has gotten when he was a kid." Exactly. Like, that's easy. W's in the chat for Fashi. Fashi sent a $4 donation saying, "By the way, how's the weather from your end?" It's actually, it's nice as fuck in the PNW, right? I was telling Isaiah that last night when I hopped up on his panel, because he was saying that he was going to come to the Pacific Northwest. The weather is like, we have a period in the Pacific Northwest in Washington where it's like 3 months of the most beautiful weather in all of the US. Not even joking. It's absolutely beautiful. And we're getting to that point. Let's see here. W's in the chat for Lady Marie, who actually became a subscriber over on Twitch. I know that's right. W's in the chat for Lady Marie. All right, guys, we're gonna call it here. And yeah, I think that's a day for me. I think it's a wrap. We had a nice long One Mighty Pen. You said it's rainy. Yeah. We had a nice long, hard, strong live. We went really deep, and it was really good. I think that's enough for now. I think we finished. So we're just going to leave it right here. Yeah, I think that's a good way to end. All right, guys, we're going to get out of here. We're going to get out of here, guys. And I think I'll see you guys tomorrow, right? I think I'll see you guys tomorrow, and I don't think I'll be back on this evening, but it was a lot of fun. So hey, miss me a little when I'm gone. Oh, mother God. All right, let's get out of here.
You stepped in the box, now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here, you better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, you slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats to get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit.
Hey, W's in chat for the chat. It was fun. It was fun. It was a good day. It was a good stream. Thank you all for hanging out. I hope you guys enjoy your Friday. Have a wonderful Friday evening. Spend some time with some people that you love. Make sure you drink some water and say something kind about yourself or whatever the shit is. But I'll see you guys later. I'll see you guys tomorrow for sure. I love you. Thank you all. I love you. Love you. Thank you for all the gifts, the taps, the likes, the shares. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you all for being amazing. I love you all. And as always, peace.